business.
Energy. It's electrifying. Investment in electricity infrastructure is surging around the world.
The factory floor of Schneider Electric's plant in Conselve, Italy, hums with urgency. Workers at the power equipment company's facility, which is in the midst of a major expansion, are busily assembling advanced cooling systems for the data centers that underpin the development of artificial intelligence, or AI. The key is the integration of grid-to-chip and chip-to-chiller, says Pankaj Sharma, an executive at the French company, referring to a new design it recently developed with NVIDIA, an AI chip giant. Over the past year, Schneider's market value has risen by over a third to around $140 billion. It is not the only maker of electrical gear that is booming. The market capitalization of Hitachi, a Japanese conglomerate, has tripled since the start of 2022, thanks in part to the rapid expansion of its power equipment division. After a difficult 2023, weighed down by troubles in its wind turbine division, shares in Siemens Energy rose by 300% last year, outperforming even those of NVIDIA, thanks to fast-growing sales in the German firm's grid technology business. Electricity is a key driver for us, says Christian Bruch, its chief executive. Scott Strazik, boss of GE Vernova, a power equipment business that was spun out from the conglomerate last year, sees a supercycle in the making. Demand for everything from transformers and switchgears to high-voltage transmission cables is being turbocharged. The International Energy Agency, the IEA, an official forecaster, estimates that global investment in grid infrastructure reached nearly $400 billion in 2024, up from a little over $300 billion in 2020, and reversing a decline that began in 2017 on the back of slowing demand in China. The IEA predicts that spending will rise to around $600 billion annually by 2030. What is behind the surge? The decarbonisation of electricity generation is one factor. Adding wind and solar power, often in remote locations, requires extending power lines and investing in hardware and software to manage their intermittency. In Britain, the government's ambition to achieve a net zero grid by 2030 has prompted network operators to submit investment proposals amounting to nearly $100 billion over 5 years. Even in America, where the incoming president is a climate change skeptic, investment in renewable energy is expected to continue rising in the years ahead, thanks to the plummeting cost of solar and wind power. Electricity's growing share of energy consumption is a second force propelling investment. The IEA forecasts that demand for electricity from clean and dirty sources will increase 6 times as fast as energy overall in the decade ahead, as it powers a rising share of cars, home heating systems, and industrial processes. California alone will need $50 billion in electricity distribution upgrades by 2035 to charge its electric vehicles, or EVs. Mr. Strazik of GE Vernova reckons that this shift from molecules to electrons is just getting started. The world's total energy needs are also continuing to rise, a third force boosting investment in electricity infrastructure. Economic growth and rising use of air conditioning are pushing up demand in developing countries. Goldman Sachs, a bank, estimates that India's grid will require $100 billion of investment between 2024 and 2032 as its economy grows. Rystad, an energy consultancy, forecasts that annual grid investment in China will increase from around $100 billion in 2024 to more than $150 billion by 2030. Spending by tech giants on AI is contributing to rising energy demand too, flowing through to increased electricity consumption and investment. Some data centers now gobble up as much energy as a nuclear power plant generates, requiring network operators to upgrade transformers, power lines and control equipment. To accommodate the growth of data centers, Tokyo Electric, Japan's largest power utility, plans to spend more than $3 billion by 2027 on its infrastructure. The boom in data centers has also caused spending by developers on cooling equipment and other ancillary electrical gear to rocket. A final force behind the investment surge is grid fortification. Extreme weather events, including deadly storms and wildfires like the one that began in Los Angeles on January 7th, are becoming more common. They caused over $100 billion in damages worldwide in 2023, only about half of which was covered by insurance. Last month, America's Department of Energy provided a $15 billion loan guarantee to PG&E, a Californian power utility that has been hit hard by wildfires in recent years, to help it invest in making its infrastructure more resilient. Across much of the rich world, electricity grids are old and creaking. In Europe, the infrastructure is over 40 years old on average. Grid infrastructure was not built for resilience, but for transmission, says Mr. Bruch of Siemens Energy. As investment in grid infrastructure has soared, various bottlenecks have emerged in the supply chain. Wood Mackenzie, another energy consultancy, estimates that a global shortage of transformers has led prices to rise by 60 to 80% since 2020, with waiting times tripling to 5 years or more. That is spurring both capital spending and innovation among suppliers. Mr. Bruch says his firm is investing record amounts to tackle an order backlog that now exceeds €120 billion. That's $124 billion. GE Vernova, whose backlog has reached $42 billion, has said it will put $9 billion into capital spending and research and development by 2028. Hitachi's energy business, which also has a hefty backlog, has invested $3 billion to increase production over the past 3 years and plans to spend another $6 billion by 2027, including $1.5 billion on transformers. Expanding manufacturing capacity will leave these firms exposed if the electricity supercycle turns out to be no such thing. Growth in EV sales has already slowed in many rich countries. The AI boom could yet turn to bust. To reassure shareholders, Andreas Schierenbeck, boss of Hitachi's energy business, says that his company has been getting big customers to reserve capacity with upfront payments and is shifting from customized orders to framework contracts with standardized product designs. All this makes future revenue more dependable and expanding production capacity less risky. For now, spending on electricity infrastructure shows no sign of easing as grid operators grapple with rising power consumption, a changing generation mix, and aging infrastructure. Those pressures will only increase, predicts Mr. Bruch. That is why we are bullish.
China.
Government employees. Grains for the iron rice bowl. A rare pay rise for public sector workers sparks anger and envy.
In China's private sector, many complain that jobs and wages are being cut as the country's economy flounders. So as news spread online in late December that people on the government payroll were being given a salary increase, some netizens were outraged. "Reminds me of a famous Soviet joke," wrote one. "Brezhnev on stage says, 'Our lives will get better and better.' A worker in the audience asks, 'What about ours?'" Life can be tough as a state employee, but envy of them is growing. The government is keeping typically quiet about the pay rise. On social media, however, users have been confirming their pay packets are bigger, though some say they have not been notified. Those affected include civil servants, as well as others paid by the government, such as teachers. The raise is hardly massive, a few tens of dollars per month, backdated to July, according to examples cited on the internet. it would amount to an increase of a few % on their basic pay. But it appears to be the first hike since 2021. After several years of urging by the government that officials tighten their belts, it signals a little easing. Reuters, a news agency, reckons it could involve a one-off injection of between $12 billion and $20 billion into the economy. That is handy, as the government tries to boost consumption as a way of reviving growth. But China's roughly 50 million government workers may not be overjoyed. In recent years, there have been widespread reports of cash-strapped local authorities delaying or cutting payments of other benefits. These extra remunerations usually exceed employees' basic salary, says Alfred Wu of the National University of Singapore. Staff woes may abate as local governments benefit from a national campaign launched last year to stimulate the economy. It has involved allowing lower-tier administrations to refinance their crippling debts by issuing bonds worth up to 10 trillion yuan, that's $1.4 trillion, over the next 5 years. For now, though, morale appears patchy. For the Communist Party, this is a problem. Government workers are the party's backbone. More than 80% of government employees are party members, noted China's leader Xi Jinping in 2016. They play a vital role in maintaining the party's legitimacy. Ill-motivated ones are unlikely to perform it with vigour. Pay, even when received on time and in full, has often failed to reflect the amount of effort put in, so workers are putting in less effort. In 2022, 2 scholars from a party academy wrote of a growing tendency among officials to lie flat rather than work. State television, not known for its jibes at the bureaucracy, lampooned the lying flat phenomenon in 2023 in its much-watched Spring Festival Gala, an annual programme on the eve of the Lunar New Year. Thousands posted approving comments on social media. Mr. Xi's relentless anti-corruption campaign may have helped to improve the image of officials, but it may have also contributed to their lack of motivation. Opportunities for kickbacks have become scarcer. Fearful of being accused of graft, officials avoid getting involved in projects that might be linked with it. Morale has not been improved either by Mr. Xi's stepping up of political indoctrination among cadres. In recent years they have had to spend more time attending mind-numbing meetings to study his pronouncements, and out of hours using a smartphone app that drills these lessons in. Points scored on the app can be reviewed by superiors and used to determine bonuses. To make matters worse, in the past couple of years the party has been making it harder for government employees to travel abroad, even for private purposes. Now a wider range of people in non-sensitive jobs, such as academics and even primary school teachers, have to hand their passports to officials for safekeeping. Getting the document back requires submitting a detailed explanation of the reason for travel. The tightening appears to relate to efforts to stop corrupt officials fleeing and to prevent the leaking of secrets and contacts with overseas dissidents. Government jobs remain coveted. In December, a record 3.4 million people sat the annual civil service exam, about 400,000 more than in 2023. Fewer than 1 in 80 applicants were expected to succeed. It is clear why so many are keen: high youth unemployment and the increasing precariousness of work in private firms. But scorn is rampant too. On January 8th, much was vented at a district party leader in the southwestern region of Chongqing, who suggested that officials take the lead in reviving consumer spending by buying new clothes and taking their families out to meals. Who wouldn't spend money if they had it? Spending requires earning first, said one. The first big joke of the year, another chimed in. Censors scrambled to stem the flood of cynicism.
Special report.
A special report on the Africa gap.
Businesses. Too many, too little. When it comes to business, Africa must think big.
African policymakers love to champion their continent's entrepreneurs. For Paul Kagame, Rwanda's president, small and medium enterprises are the backbone of Africa's economy. We must support the youth to go beyond looking for jobs, says Akinwumi Adesina, the head of the African Development Bank, or AFDB. Such bigwigs like to point to data that seem to show how unusually entrepreneurial Africa is. The African Youth Survey, a regular poll, suggests that 71% of young Africans plan to start a business. Male leaders also like to congratulate themselves on how more than a quarter of adult women have started or are starting a business, the highest share of any continent, according to data cited by the AFDB. Yet much of this praise amounts to misplaced virtue signalling. Though there are African entrepreneurs founding innovative startups in everything from fintech to commercial agriculture, running a business is often the result of desperation, not choice. To close the gap with the rest of the world, Africa does not need more small businesses, it needs more large ones. Large firms are productivity powerhouses. They bring people, ideas, technology and equipment together in ways that make workers more efficient, which makes people richer. McKinsey estimates that there are 345 firms in Africa with revenues over $1 billion. China has about 1,500. Yet the consultancy noted in a report in 2018 that, excluding South Africa, Africa has only around 60% of the large firms one would expect, given the overall size of the country's economies. Those large firms are also not as large as the ones found in other emerging regions. Taken together, adds McKinsey, the total revenue pool of African firms, excluding South Africa, is about a third of what it could be. Africa is the only inhabited continent without any of the world's 500 biggest firms, as compiled by Fortune, a magazine. Other research suggests that African firms employ fewer people than businesses do elsewhere. A paper by Leonardo Iacovoni, Vijaya Ramachandran and Martin Schmidt, 3 economists, albeit from a decade ago, estimated that African firms employ between a fifth and a quarter less people than firms of the same age in other countries, even after controlling for the size of the market where they operate. Kartik Tardepalli of the University of California, Berkeley, says that in America, firms either grow or die. Those that are still around 10 years after their founding typically employ 3 times as many people as when they started. Unfortunately, in many developing countries, including African ones, firms grow very slowly, often barely adding workers over time. Instead of many large firms with salaried staff, Africa has lots of micro-enterprises and informal workers. More than 80% of employment in Africa is informal, according to the International Labour Organization. Roughly half of informal workers in cities are self-employed, doing everything from crafting Instagram advertising to fixing roofs. Many Africans mix formal work with informal hustles, which are often poorly paid. Most would love a steady job. Mr. Tardepalli suggests that many of the self-employed may just be the unemployed in disguise. Informal work is common in all poor countries. Data from the 2010s suggest that African cities had similar shares of informality to Indian cities, but Africa seems different in 2 ways. It has a relatively high share of informal self-employment, and the likelihood of a young person entering informal work does not seem to be diminishing. In 2022, Orianda Bandiera of the LSE and co-authors compared the sorts of work done by 18 to 24-year-olds in various parts of the world. Young Africans, they found, are more likely to do unpaid work and not to have an employer than their peers in other developing countries. They also found that young Africans are not any more likely to hold a salaried job than older Africans. The jobs of many people in Africa do not differ from those of their parents' generation. Part of the problem is poor education. Mass literacy has been a precursor to take-off growth in many parts of the world. Reading helps people follow instructions in a factory or a call centre. Yet while primary school enrolment has risen in sub-Saharan Africa in the past 25 years, some 60% of 15 to 17-year-olds are not in school. Literacy rates for 15 to 24-year-olds are around 75% across the region. The average for other developing regions is 90%. But the problem is bigger than that. There are simply not enough jobs for young people. There is a risk of a vicious cycle, argues Ms. Bandiera, where most people run subsistence enterprises because there are no salaried jobs, and there are no salaried jobs because most enterprises operate at subsistence levels. As Paul Collier of Oxford University says, small isn't stunning, it's unproductive. The World Bank surveys firms from around the world about what they see as their biggest obstacle. The results point to something akin to the business version of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In sub-Saharan Africa, the two most commonly cited obstacles are the basics every growing firm needs: capital and electricity. In each case, firms from the region are more likely to cite these barriers than those anywhere else. A lack of educated workers is one of the least commonly cited obstacles in sub-Saharan Africa. Access to finance is the main constraint cited by firms. Less than 10% of those with under 20 employees use bank financing. Making Finance Work for Africa, an NGO, reckons that just 20% of all firms have a bank loan or a line of credit, the lowest share of any continent. The ratio of credit to GDP in sub-Saharan Africa is half of that found in South Asia and Latin America. Small wonder when it costs so much to borrow. The average lending interest rate, the rate banks charge firms to meet short and medium-term needs, for the 19 African countries for which the IMF had data in 2023, was 25%. In India and Vietnam, it was around 9%. In some African countries, business people face even higher rates. On a visit to Accra, your correspondent visited Muina Wasonu, founder of Pret Cashews, a snacks firm. She has relied on financing from friends and family. Asked how much it would cost to take out a bank loan, she calls up a banker, who says, over the speakerphone, that it would be 6 to 10 percentage points above the base rate, which at the time was 29%. One reason for high rates is a lack of competition among banks. Their net interest margins are the highest of any region. Research by the IMF shows that markups in sub-Saharan Africa are on average 11% higher than in other developing regions, suggesting that firms have outsized market power and are shielded from competition from startups. Rates would be even lower if there were more savings to go around. But the domestic savings rate in sub-Saharan Africa from 2010 to 2021 was just 19%, against 37% in East Asia. This is partly a demographic story. When fertility rates are high, there are more mouths to feed and less money to save. But some analysts caution that in parts of Africa, savings rates have remained low even as fertility rates have dipped, suggesting that other factors matter too. Stagnant economies do not help. Neither does a rational aversion to saving cash in countries with histories of high inflation or, as was recently the case in Ghana, state-enforced restructuring of pensions because of a debt crisis. Many Africans continue to see land and property, and in some cases cattle, as more reliable places to store wealth. Though the rise in fintech firms should make it easier to save, the shallowness of capital markets means there can also be a lack of investment options. On a recent trip to Angola, your correspondent sat in on a talk by a young investor who pitched to his peers on investing in the local stock exchange. It will be hard for them to diversify their portfolios, though. There are only 4 listed firms. Then there is electricity, the second most commonly cited obstacle. Energy for Growth Hub, another think tank, found that 78% of firms in Africa experienced annual power cuts in 2018 and that 41% identified electricity as a major constraint to their operations, the highest of any region. African firms lose on average the equivalent of 25 days of economic activity a year through power cuts. Justice Mensah of the World Bank last year estimated that Ghana's power crisis of 2013 to 16 increased the unemployment rate by 5 percentage points because it stunted incumbents and made it harder for new businesses to get started. Other research shows that firms in poor countries subject to power cuts have lower productivity growth than those with a steady supply because it stops them using their capital equipment. Other inadequate infrastructure also matters. The cost of transporting goods in Ethiopia and Nigeria, for instance, is 3.5 and 5.3 times that of America, according to analysis by David Atkin and Dave Donaldson, 2 economists. Sub-Saharan Africa has a road density of only about a fifth of the global average, and only about a quarter of roads are paved. When markets, domestic or regional, are poorly integrated, firms' growth prospects are constrained. To see the difference good infrastructure makes, visit Vertical Agro, a processing firm in Kenya. It just became the first company anywhere to sell frozen avocados to China, an achievement that would have been impossible without reliable electricity for freezing. That electricity, like most of Kenya's, is from renewable sources, which should also help the firm export frozen vegetables into regions implementing cross-border carbon taxes, such as the EU. Being located near farms, major roads, a railway, and Nairobi's airport means goods can get to market swiftly. If you come back in 25 years, this whole valley will be full of factories, says Tiku Shah, the firm's boss. Other research points to the role of market frictions in keeping African enterprises small. A study in Uganda found that when farmers were given a digital platform that allowed them to sell their goods to a wider group of buyers, they increased their revenues. It is no coincidence that some of the biggest conglomerates in Africa today, including Dangote, a Nigerian company run by Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man, started out as trading firms. Having access to granular market intelligence when information is scarce allowed them to build businesses serving demand about which others did not know. Yet boosting the size, number and productivity of African firms is not simply a case of overcoming market failures. Business in Africa can be highly political in ways that undermine the continent's growth.
Europe.
Austria. An awkward conundrum 80 years on. Herbert Kickl, leader of the hard right, could head the next government.
Hundreds of protesters gathered on January 6th in front of Vienna's Imperial Hofburg Palace. These days, as well as being a vast museum, it is the residence and office of Austria's president, and the protesters were crying, "Nazi raus!" and "Van der Bellen, kick him out." In one of its resplendent rooms adorned with patterned red fabric wallpaper and a prominently displayed portrait of Empress Maria Theresa, Alexander van der Bellen, Austria's president, was meeting Herbert Kickl, the leader of the hard-right Freedom Party, or FPO, to ask him to try to form Austria's next government. Mr van der Bellen, a former leader of the Green Party, said he had not taken the decision to turn to Mr Kickle lightly, but he had been left with no choice. For 3 months after parliamentary elections at the end of September, Karl Nehammer, the incumbent Chancellor, strove to form a coalition consisting of his centre-right People's Party, or OVP, the centre-left Social Democratic Party, SPO, and the small liberal NEOS Party, to keep the FPO out of power. The FPO had won more seats than any other party at the election, with 31% of MPs. The OVP had come second, with 28%, and the SPO third, with 22%. Talks between the three parties broke down on January 3rd, owing to disagreements over economic and fiscal policies. The next day, Mr Nehammer announced his resignation. Is Mr Kickle now a shoo-in for the chancellorship? Although the centrist parties tried to exclude him, his party has in the past taken part in 5 governments as a junior partner, and is in government in 5 of Austria's 9 states. Despite vowing not to govern with Mr Kickle during the election campaign, the OVP is now willing to try. Christian Stocker, who has taken over as the interim OVP leader, used to be one of his party's harshest critic of the FPO strongman. Mr Kickle, nobody in this house wants you. Nobody in this republic needs you either, said Mr Stocker in Parliament in December. Mr Kickle is anti-immigration, anti-Islam, strongly Eurosceptic, and dismissive of Austria's LGBT community. In his party's election programme, Fortress Austria, he has called for the remigration of uninvited foreigners, and for a halt to accepting new asylum seekers via an emergency decree which would breach EU rules. He is credited with inventing the most controversial FPO slogans, such as Daheim instead of Islam. Daheim is Austrian dialect for home. An accidental party leader, Mr Kickle was meant to be the power behind the throne, rather than the man seated on it. Short, bespectacled, and dull, he failed to complete his philosophy degree and his military service. Rather than knocking back beers and tucking into a schnitzel in a pub, the stick-thin Mr Kickle prefers to drink water. More a lone wolf than a team player, he has competed in extreme triathlons, such as the Celtman in Scotland and the Evergreen in Chamonix. Most Austrian commentators assume that Mr Kickle is close to achieving his goal of becoming Volkskanzler, the People's Chancellor, a term he insists on using, even though critics point out that Adolf Hitler used to campaign as a Volkskanzler too. It is very likely that Kickle will be Chancellor, says Lawrence Ense-Jedenastic of the University of Vienna. On economic policy, social policy and immigration, the campaign platforms of the 2 main right-wing parties largely converge. Both would cut corporate taxes and social contributions by employers, and reduce benefits for asylum seekers and migrants. Both would also ban the Muslim headscarf in public. But serious sticking points remain, especially in foreign and security policy. These include Austrian aid for Ukraine, which Mr Kickle wants to stop, EU sanctions against Russia, which Mr Kickle would vote against, and the European Sky Shield Initiative, a German-led air defence procurement plan, which the OVP backs, but which Mr Kickle sees as a threat to Austria's neutrality. Other scratchy areas are compensation payments related to policies during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr Kickle opposed COVID-19 vaccinations, and the public broadcast licence fee, which Mr Kickle wants to abolish. The worst problem at home is the poor health of Austria's public finances. The OVP and the FPO will need to find €6 billion, that's $6.2 billion, in annual spending cuts by mid-January. if Austria is to avoid the humiliation of being placed under close supervision by the European Commission through its excessive deficit procedure. 8 countries are already under such scrutiny. The EU forecasts a budget deficit of 3.7% of GDP for Austria this year, well above the 3% prescribed by the Union. Katrin Steiner-Hemmeler of the Technical College of Kärnten thinks it is still possible that talks between the OVP and FPO will fail, and that new elections will have to be called. She found the tone of Mr. Kikel's statement to the press on January 7th to be far from conciliatory. He warned the OVP to employ no games, no tricks, no sabotage, and no obstructionism. Moreover, Mr. Stocker is a wily negotiator who will not easily give ground over his party's fundamental foreign and security policies. Even so, according to polls, the FPO will do still better if snap elections are held. Kronen Zeitung, Austria's largest circulation tabloid, published a poll on January 5th that put the FPO at 37% of the vote, which would give them around 40% of the seats in Parliament. That should focus the minds of the OVP's negotiators.
Science and technology.
Space travel. Bolt from the blue. Jeff Bezos' space company is on course to send its first rocket into orbit.
It has been a long time coming. Assuming there are no last-minute delays, then in the next few days, Blue Origin, a firm run by Jeff Bezos, Amazon's founder, will make the first launch of its New Glenn rocket from Cape Canaveral in Florida. If everything goes smoothly, then almost a quarter of a century after it was founded, Blue Origin will reach orbit for the first time, and the private space industry may have another contender. That is quite a big if. Getting all the way to orbit with a brand new rocket is a rare feat. Blue Origin also hopes to recover the rocket's first stage by landing it on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Doing that on a maiden flight would be unprecedented. That kind of partial reusability was pioneered by SpaceX, Elon Musk's rocket firm, and it required several attempts before eventually sticking the landing in 2016. In a nod to those long odds, Blue Origin has named the booster, "So you're telling me there's a chance?" Admittedly, Blue Origin will not be starting entirely from scratch. Since 2021, the firm has been flying tourists, including Mr. Bezos himself, above the Kármán line, the 100-kilometer boundary that marks the edge of space. The New Shepard rockets that power those missions are capable of landing for later reuse. But going into orbit is much harder than crossing the Kármán line. It requires not only flying much higher, but also accelerating sideways to around 28,000 kilometers per hour. New Glenn is therefore far bigger and more capable than New Shepard. At 98 meters tall, it is just 2 meters shy of one commonly used definition of a skyscraper. Only 3 rockets currently flying, SpaceX's Starship and Falcon Heavy vehicles, and NASA's Space Launch System, produce more thrust. New Glenn is designed to carry 45 tons into orbit, roughly double the capacity of SpaceX's workhorse Falcon 9. But amid all the excitement, many observers will be wondering what has taken Blue Origin so long. The firm's motto is Gradatim Ferociter, or step by step, ferociously. In contrast to Mr. Bezos' hard-charging management style at Amazon, at Blue Origin, the Gradatim has been much more visible than the Ferociter. The firm was established in 2000. Contemporaries such as SpaceX, founded in 2002, or Rocket Lab, 2006, have been flying to orbit for years, more than 400 times in SpaceX's case, which has established itself as the planet's most capable space organization. The problem is not lack of ambition on its owner's part. In 2019, 2 years before he stepped down as Amazon CEO, Mr. Bezos gave a presentation advocating the construction of giant space-going cities of the sort proposed by Gerard O'Neill, an American physicist, in the 1970s. Mr. Bezos went to Princeton University, the institution where O'Neill taught. Moving humans and their industry off Earth, said Mr. Bezos, would allow the population to grow to 1 trillion people. That would mean 1,000 Mozarts and 1,000 Einsteins, he said in 2023, and allow Earth to be run mostly as a nature reserve. Blue Origin was founded to provide the cheap access to space necessary to make that idea a reality. One reason for the subsequent slow progress might have been that Mr. Bezos was too busy with his day job at Amazon to pay close attention to his rocket company. Many of the managers hired to run Blue Origin were from the sleepy old space establishment. Blue Origin's approach was to say, we'll hire the best in the business, says Simon Potter at Bryce Tech, a firm of analysts. SpaceX, he says, started from the assumption that the whole aerospace business was broken anyway, and so did things its own way. Caleb Henry of Quilty Space, another firm of analysts, thinks Blue Origin might have been too well funded for its own good. Mr. Bezos was already a billionaire when he founded the firm and has made regular donations over the years. By contrast, Mr. Musk had to run SpaceX on a comparative shoestring, at least at first, with the firm almost going bust in 2008. Even now, says Mr. Henry, SpaceX retains a scrappy, high-pressure start-up culture. I think the work-life balance at Blue Origin is attractive to many people, he says, but it has perhaps meant less progress than the boss would have liked. Mr. Bezos himself has admitted that Blue Origin has been too slow and has said he quit as Amazon's chief executive partly to speed things up. But in 2023, Bob Smith, Blue Origin's CEO, was replaced by Dave Limp, an Amazon executive. Mr. Limp has been trying to inject some vim and urgency. A much-delayed contract for Blue Origin to supply engines for the Vulcan Centaur rocket operated by United Launch Alliance, or ULA, a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed Martin, seems at last to be running smoothly. And on paper at least, Blue Origin's plans for New Glenn are now ferocious indeed. They're talking about maybe 10 launches in 2025 and 24 the year after, says Mr. Henry. That kind of ramp-up of a new rocket is, he says, simply unheard of. Assuming New Glenn makes it into space, one question will be whether it can take some market share from SpaceX's cheap and reliable Falcon 9, which dominates the commercial launch business. Blue Origin has not disclosed pricing, but one industry watcher talks of seeing a contract that put a launch at $68 million. That is roughly the same as a Falcon 9, despite New Glenn offering double the payload. The firm already has a minimum of one customer. In 2022, alongside ULA and Arianespace, a European firm, Blue Origin won a slice of the biggest launch contract in history, awarded by Amazon to fly the more than 3,000 satellites needed by its Kuiper project, which plans to provide fast internet access anywhere on Earth. Complaints from Amazon shareholders eventually led to SpaceX being awarded a few flights as well. Blue Origin has other products in the pipeline too. New Glenn's test flight was supposed to carry a pair of probes to Mars, but delays to the rocket mean those will have to wait until spring 2025 to launch. The payload will instead be a Blue Ring spacecraft, a space-going tugboat designed to ferry satellites to their desired orbits, refuel them, and even function as a sort of orbital computing platform, services for which Blue Origin hopes there will one day be a big market. The firm has plans for a private space station called the Orbital Reef and has been asked by NASA to build a crewed landing craft for the agency's Artemis moon missions. Blue Origin has not officially said when New Glenn will make its debut. Federal Aviation Administration notices suggest early on the morning of January 6th, British time, although bad weather or mechanical problems could see things slip. Meanwhile, the competition is not standing still. Rocket Lab's diminutive Electron rocket is due to be joined by the mid-sized Neutron at some point in 2025. SpaceX's enormous Starship, presently being tested, is designed to undercut everything else on the market. Still, if Mr. Bezos' firm can at last bring some ferocity, then the space industry may get a big new competitor.
Science and technology.
Oncology. The long shots. Vaccines against cancer are finally making some progress.
Towards the end of the 19th century, William Coley, a surgeon in New York, made a surprising observation. One of his patients, close to death with a neck tumour, recovered after catching a serious bacterial skin infection. Intrigued, Coley tried to replicate the finding, injecting patients with a cocktail of killed bacteria to get their cancers to regress. He ended up treating over 1,000 patients in this way, often successfully. Coley's reasoning was that infection could trigger the immune system to fight cancer. That idea, controversial during his lifetime, would not become more widely accepted by scientists until the 1950s. Today, it is driving efforts to create a new generation of therapies known as cancer vaccines that aim to train the immune system to recognize tumors and fight their spread. Trials are now underway against cancers found everywhere, from the skin and ovaries to the brain and lungs. After half a century of disappointing dead ends, promising results are starting to emerge. Cancer can begin from almost any cell in the body. The immune system usually tries to prevent it from spreading by monitoring the body for abnormal cells. White blood cells, known as T cells, for example, attack tumors by recognizing foreign proteins known as non-self antigens on their surfaces. So-called natural killer cells and macrophages can also identify and destroy cancerous cells by searching for the unfamiliar molecules they carry or after they are tagged by antibodies. If the cells in a cancer evolve to evade the immune system, however, they can then grow, replicate, and spread around the body. This outflanking maneuver, however, is now offering oncologists new targets for their drugs. When scientists first began to sequence the DNA of tumors in 2008, they found that cancer cells contained hundreds, if not thousands, of mutations that distinguished them from their healthy neighbors. Some of these mutations in cellular DNA cause cancer cells to produce abnormal proteins known as neoantigens, which can set the immune system's alarm bells ringing. The idea behind a cancer vaccine, then, is to introduce these neoantigens directly into the body, thereby training the immune system to see any cancer that carries them as a foreign body ripe for elimination. To make such a vaccine, scientists first need to sample a tumor, sequence its genome, and find its genetic mutations. This information is analyzed to predict which neoantigens are likely to elicit the strongest immune response from the body. The vaccine can then be created that will trigger the immune system to create antibodies against those specific abnormal proteins. This is done by introducing a short-lived sliver of genetic information known as RNA, which once injected instructs the body's cells to manufacture the neoantigens. The resulting immune response will then hopefully target the original tumor. The theory is solid, but creating such a bespoke vaccine quickly enough to be of use is a different matter. Not many years ago, says Alan Melcher, a clinical scientist at the Institute of Cancer Research in London, I would have said, hang on, that's never going to be technically possible. The fact that this is now possible within as little as 6 weeks, albeit at a cost, is in no small part to the accelerated development of mRNA vaccines, which carry a molecule of messenger RNA, during the COVID-19 pandemic. The vaccines that were used against COVID-19 caused the body to build one of the constituent proteins of SARS-CoV-2, which the immune system then used to create antibodies. Cancer vaccines would do something similar for the proteins that tumors produce. Some promising early results have been published. A personalized mRNA cancer vaccine for melanoma, a type of skin cancer, developed by Moderna and Merck, two American pharma firms, known as mRNA 4157V940, recently completed phase 2 trials in patients who have had advanced tumors surgically removed. 3 years after treatment, the risk of cancer recurrence or death had fallen by nearly half. This is a promising finding for a phase 2 trial, but a definitive answer on the vaccine's usefulness will have to wait until the results of later stage trials are known. Many think such vaccines could be most effective in combination with other immunotherapies, which work in a variety of ways to enhance or modulate the immune system's response to cancer. We are giving a lot of these cancer vaccines with immunotherapy to try and prime the immune system, explains Sarah Danson, a specialist in early-phase cancer research at Britain's National Institute for Health and Care Research. Indeed, mRNA 4157 V940 was given alongside the current standard of care, which includes another form of immunotherapy, a drug known as Keytruda or pembrolizumab. Moderna and Merck announced in June 2024 that they had initiated further studies of mRNA 4157 V940 in patients with non-small cell lung cancer, renal cell carcinoma, a type of kidney cancer, urothelial carcinoma, a cancer of the urinary lining, and cutaneous squamous cell cancer, a type of skin cancer, in order to test its effectiveness against different tumours. The firms BioNTech and Genentech are also jointly evaluating personalised vaccines in a range of cancers. There is already a hint in the data that their vaccine, known as autogene cevumeran, may reduce the risk of pancreatic cancer after surgery. Glioblastoma, the most common brain cancer, and one for which no useful treatment exists, is also being targeted. In work by academics at the University of Florida, an mRNA-based cancer vaccine tested on only 4 people produced evidence that the vaccine had triggered a strong immune response to the tumour. Tests on dogs with brain tumours have also been promising. They lived a median of 139 days after treatment, compared with the more typical 30 to 60 days expected without. These results on humans and dogs also suggest that a personalised vaccine can trigger an immune response in a cold tumour, one that the immune system typically does not recognise or fight. The hope is that cancer vaccines will advance to the point where they reduce the need for more invasive treatments such as chemotherapy or surgery. For Dr. Danson, it is even possible that therapeutic cancer vaccines could one day be used for prevention, with vaccines against neoantigens common in different cancers given to those most at risk of developing them. In October 2024, scientists at the University of Oxford were given funding to create a preventative ovarian cancer vaccine which aims to recognize and attack the earliest stages of this cancer. It will not all be plain sailing. Personalized cancer vaccines are complicated and expensive to make. Creating off-the-shelf cancer vaccines, such as the ovarian cancer vaccine, could help. Another example, one that is further ahead, is BioNTech's mRNA vaccine candidate for non-small cell lung cancer. Again, this vaccine presents the immune system with common tumor markers found in various types of cancer. This work is still only in early safety trials. Important scientific questions also remain unanswered. For one thing, says Elad Sharon, a clinical and translational director at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute in Boston, it remains unclear why the immune system will overlook a neoantigen if it is produced by a tumour, but will leap into action when it is delivered by vaccine. Pharma firms also need to rigorously evaluate their neoantigen picking techniques to ensure the best candidates are chosen. More than a century after he carried out his experimental treatments, Coley's instincts have proved sound. But just how effective modern vaccine candidates will turn out to be remains unknown. A study published in 2009 assessed developments in the field and wondered whether that would be the year of the cancer vaccine. It was not. 2025, however, may be a different story.
China.
Hydropower. Dam. China approves construction of the world's largest hydroelectric project.
It is sometimes called the Everest of rivers, owing to its extreme topography. One section of the Yarlung-Tsangpo falls 2,000 metres over a stretch of 50 kilometres, or 31 miles. But what interests Chinese officials is the river's hydropower potential. On December 25th, Xinhua, the state-run news agency, reported that China had approved plans to build the world's largest hydroelectric dam on the lower reaches of the Yarlung-Tsangpo, which flows from Tibet into India and Bangladesh. The dam would generate 300 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually, according to official estimates. That is enough to meet the needs of more than 300 million people and more than triple the capacity of the Three Gorges Dam, which is currently the world's largest. The government hopes the new dam will help China eliminate net emissions of greenhouse gases or become carbon neutral by 2060, but the project faces many challenges. According to reports, 4 to 6 20-kilometre-long tunnels will need to be drilled through the Namcha Bawa mountain to divert the flow of Yalong Tsangpo. That will be hard enough, but the dam's construction site also sits along a tectonic plate boundary, making it prone to earthquakes and landslides. The engineering task is one reason why the cost of the project is expected to be as much as 1 trillion yuan, or $137 billion, which would make it the most expensive infrastructure project in the world. In order to build the Three Gorges Dam, the Chinese government resettled over 1.3 million people. It is not clear how many might be displaced by the new dam, which will be in Medog County in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. Tibet is no stranger to dams. Dozens have been built there, often raising the ire of locals who feel the government is exploiting the region. In February 2024, the authorities arrested hundreds who had been protesting against another dam that threatened to leave villages and monasteries underwater. Similar concerns, as well as fears of harm to the local ecosystem, surround the project in Medog. Chinese officials play down these worries and say that downstream flows will not be substantially affected. That is unlikely to reassure India and Bangladesh, where the Yalong Tsangpo is known as the Brahmaputra and is depended on by millions. The three countries have no water-sharing agreement, so the dam will probably add to concerns over China's ability to control the Brahmaputra, especially in India, which is among the most water-stressed countries in the world. At least one study, by Chinese researchers, suggests that a big dam on the Yalong Tsangpo could benefit all the riparian states if they cooperate by enabling increased flows during the dry season. But skeptics point to China's handling of dams on the Mekong River, which have harmed the environment and hurt fishers and farmers downstream. It will take at least a decade to complete the new dam. India and Bangladesh might want to use that time working out how to adapt.
Obituary.
Obituary. Cheng Yao, the best-selling romantic novelist in the Chinese-speaking world, died on December 4th, aged 86.
"So we must break up?" he asked her. "Yes," she said. His face darkened, and he jammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a halt. Without warning, he flung the door open. "Then get out," he cried. They were on a narrow mountain road, with desolate wilderness all around. Did he really mean to abandon her? But as soon as she left, he slammed the door, revved up the engine, and aimed for the cliff edge. Instinctively, she hurled herself onto the bonnet to save him. At the very edge, he stopped and got out. As she almost slid off into the abyss, he pulled her into his arms. To cut a long story short, she married him, and they were together for 40 years. But this was not one of Cheng Yao's 65 novels. It was a scene from her own life. She was the passionate heroine, torn between obeying her lover and living freely. He was Ping Xin Tao, head of the Crown Publishing Company. In 1963, he had published her first novel, Outside the Window, a huge success all over the Chinese-speaking world. After that, remorselessly, he ordered her to write more, even 2 at once. When she told him she couldn't, he shouted that she could, and she succeeded. She and Xin Tao adapted most of them for film and television, and in 1998, her adaptation of My Fair Princess, an imaginary saga of the Qing dynasty, became the most viewed TV series in China. At the height of her success in the 1970s and 80s, it seemed that everyone, female at least, was reading her books. "That's so Cheng Yao," people would say of anything romantic. They offered stories of love that triumphed despite differences of wealth or class, parental disapproval, etiquette, or stifling tradition. There were many, many ups and downs, much pain, many tears. She loved to cry herself, the sign of a softening heart. Both her book titles and the names of her heroines, which became popular too, suggested something beautiful but fragile. Dream, cloud, rain. Yet despite their apparent weakness or submissiveness, these were women who insisted on loving as they chose. As did she. She took Chung Yao, beautiful jade, as her pen name, pretty but adamant, and from early childhood she was already in love with words. Her mother taught Chinese literature in primary school, to which girls in conservative Sichuan were not allowed to go, but she would sit by the door, listening. When she was 6, she startled her mother by correctly reading the characters for night in a wistful poem of the Tang era. Both the melancholy and Tang poetry stayed with her. From that point, she read and read. At school in Taiwan, to which the family fled in 1949 from the Sino-Japanese War, she realized that all she wanted to do was write. Rather than retake the college entrance exam, which she had twice failed, she bought manuscript paper, ink and pens, and began her life in earnest. This was not a career, her parents told her, but then to her, neither was marriage. Instead, at 18, she fell for the literature teacher at her high school. He was 25 years older, widowed and lonely, but, as in My Fair Princess, they could watch the snow, the stars, and the moon together and talk poetry. So the affair began and went on even when the school learned of it and dismissed him for seducing a minor. When she realized she would have to give him up, she was devastated. Even the success of Outside the Window, her account of it all, could not dull the pain of losing him. Yet she fell for a writer again. His clothes were worn almost to romantic rags, and his shack had just a bed, a table and chair, a pen and paper. But that, he said, was all a writer needed. She loved him for that. It was a disaster. He was jealous of her ever-growing success, especially as his attempt to write the great Chinese novel was not going well. He called her works shallow and sentimental. She was just telling stories. In one of their epic rows, she shot back that, yes, she was telling stories. She loved telling stories. He should leave her alone to go on writing her shallow, lowbrow stuff. It was true that, as a writer, she was not a great wife. She could sew, but her kitchen skills ran mostly to rice and fried eggs. She controlled the family budget, but was saving for things, like a refrigerator, whose hidden purpose was to save her shopping and extend her writing time. They had a little son, Xiaoqing, whom she adored, but she wrote in every spare moment when the baby was not crying, or wrote with him in her arms, and sent him to nursery as soon as she could. That marriage could not last. This was not how wives and mothers were supposed to behave. Nor was a woman supposed to fall for a married man, as she did afterwards. She tried not to, but Xin Tao insisted, and his insistence had proved right before. So, after 8 years of wrangling over his divorce, they got married. They were discreet. It was billed as a lunch party. They became officially a power couple on the literary scene, and she became a model of rebellious, dramatic, or improper love, whichever way people saw it. By far the most dramatic episodes, however, had happened long before, as she and her family struggled across China in the war. Disguised as peasants, they lodged in farmhouse after farmhouse that was torched by the advancing Japanese. When they fled, they narrowly escaped being shot as they hid in woodsheds and ravines. Her brothers went missing, presumed dead, at which point her parents rolled into the Dong'an River to drown themselves. She followed, terrified, and her cries revived their love for her. Having seen death up close, she realized both the fragility of life and the endurance of love. That was her real education. Life, she learned, was a spark that should blaze, not miserably fade. Twice, in the throes of love, she had taken overdoses. She had watched Xin Tao, felled by a stroke, linger for 3 years. As she aged, she vowed to control her own death. Once she had been fiery enough to fling herself on her lover's moving car. Now, in a poem she left before turning on the gas, she was a snowflake flying lightly away to dance with the sparks of the stars.
Science and technology.
Well informed. Does melatonin work for jet lag? It can help, but it depends where you're going.
Drop into any pharmacy in America and you will find jars of melatonin promising to relieve you of dreaded jet lag. There are tablets, pink gummies, potent-looking capsules, whatever appeals. But all you want to know is, does it work? Melatonin is known as the darkness hormone. When the sun goes down, it is released by the pineal gland in the brain. Production peaks in the middle of the night before slowly falling as the morning light returns. Although driven by the biological clock rather than darkness itself, the emergence and disappearance of light helps regulate the clock each day and keeps melatonin production synchronized to the day-night cycle. The nighttime increase in melatonin puts people into a pleasant state that makes it easier for them to fall asleep. And when the people are given melatonin during the day, they get sleepy then, too. Disrupted melatonin production can lead to sleep disorders. People who are blind, for example, do not have their biological clocks set by the changing light. Because the natural clock runs a little slower than the 24-hour cycle, their melatonin production can diverge from the external day-night cycle. Drifting melatonin peaks eventually make them sleep during the day, even against their best intentions. Jet lag, similarly, can cause melatonin disruptions. One reason is that sleep is interrupted by the bright lights of the plane cabin, but the much more detrimental effect comes from arriving at a destination with a day-night cycle out of sync with your biological clock. The clock and the melatonin can take days to catch up. Managing jet lag with melatonin supplements, therefore, has become popular. But understanding whether or not they work is hard. Experiments that mess with people's biological clocks in a controlled way and which also recreate real-life scenarios are not easy to do. Many studies, for instance, have kept people from sleep by exposing them to bright lights all night. But that is not only a little cruel, it is not an ideal way to model sleep disruption. Instead, scientists have given melatonin to people who were travelling anyway, such as air cabin staff, soldiers, and scientists travelling to conferences. In those cases, the supplements do seem to work. A landmark paper that pooled the results of 5 randomized controlled trials in 2002 found that people given melatonin rate their jet lag experience as half as bad as those who were given a placebo on a scale from 0 to 100. Melatonin is quite effective if you have to speed up your clock, says Dirk-Jan Dijk, director of the Surrey Sleep Research Centre. It's not good at slowing down your clock. That means taking melatonin may be more useful after eastward flights, when you have to go to bed sooner than your body wants to, than after westward flights, when you have to stay up. Fortunately for those with westward travel plans, there are other things you can do to help your biological clock adjust, gradually shifting the wake-sleep cycle in the days before the flight, for example, and getting natural sunlight and exercise during daytime hours at the destination, which helps adjust melatonin production.
Leaders.
Immigration. Donald the Deporter. Could a man who makes ugly promises of mass expulsion actually fix America's immigration system?
Nothing scrambles the mind like a Trump press conference. On January 7th, at his Winter Palace in Florida, the president-elect mused on annexing Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal, as well as tilting at offshore windmills for supposedly killing whales. It was a mix of free association, gleeful provocation, and serious, world-changing intent. Less noticed on January 7th, the House of Representatives passed the Laken-Riley Act, which makes it easier to deport unauthorized immigrants for minor crimes such as shoplifting. Immigration is where the next administration is likely to direct its first efforts after the inauguration on January 20th. And here, too, Donald Trump promises that same mind-scrambling cocktail. Illegal immigration is a problem that lends itself to wild, crowd-pleasing and destructive policies, as well as presenting opportunities for beneficial reform. The path Mr. Trump chooses will not only say something about his presidency, it could also cause ripples in the many other rich countries that have political problems over immigration. Under President Joe Biden, chaos erupted at the border, at least for a while. To their cost in the election, many Democrats responded by blaming voters for being cross about it. In the most recent numbers, the Census Bureau records a net increase of 2.8 million immigrants in 2023. The share of foreign-born residents in America has been higher since 1885, when Frederick Trump left Bavaria for New York, but it is the highest in a century. Although most Americans welcome legal migrants, and the country is good at assimilating them, they resent it when immigrants claim asylum and then disappear into a shadow labor market while awaiting a court hearing. Mr. Trump takes office with a mandate to tighten controls. In the campaign, he extended the abhorrent rhetoric that marked his first term, talking about immigrants poisoning the blood of America. The contrast with that first term, when fewer people were actually deported than under Barack Obama, is that this time he seems to want the focus on immigration to be real. His deputy chief of staff is Stephen Miller, who yearns to restrict legal as well as illegal migration. His border czar is Tom Homan, one of the inventors of the family separation policy in his first term. And he has threatened to deploy the National Guard to help with deportations, where previous presidents used soldiers just for logistical support. Mr. Trump will not be able to carry through his threat to deport 15 million people. Shipping out such a huge number would be extraordinarily expensive and would shock the labor market, raising the prices of goods and services that illegal immigrants help provide. Research suggests that deportations under Mr. Obama slowed house building by throwing out so many plasterers and bricklayers, and mass expulsions would be unpopular because over half of all irregular migrants have been in America for more than a decade. They have jobs and families and often live in blue states that will not cooperate. Instead, Mr. Trump is likely to look for a more practical policy. The temptation will be to dump the problem on Mexico. When deporting people, a big obstacle is finding governments to take them. Mr. Trump might therefore simply turn back those who arrive via the southern border, threatening Mexico with tariffs unless it lets them in. Yet it is not in America's long-term interest to destabilize its poorer southern neighbor. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, recognizes that helping America with immigration enforcement is a high card in any negotiation with the Trump administration and has signaled a willingness to help. He should meet her halfway. Another temptation will be to focus on theatrical cruelty as a substitute for real action. Expect workplace raids with camera crews in tow, harsh internment in border states, and ICE agents surging in sanctuary cities. As with the Conservative Party's plan to outsource Britain's asylum system to Rwanda, the point is partly to deter would-be migrants. It is also to persuade voters that the government is serious. Cruelty for its own sake is wrong. By denying migrants humanity, it coarsens American values. It may also prove unpopular. In the first Trump term, Americans reacted against splitting up families and caging children. Support for immigration rose. As soon as Mr. Biden took office, support for immigration fell. That dynamic creates room for Mr. Trump to accomplish something less harsh and more enduring. The first step is to beef up the border. Mr. Trump is lucky because irregular crossings have already fallen sharply from their peak in 2022 after the Biden administration made deals with Mexico and other Latin American countries to help curb the flow. Mr. Trump may build on this by surging immigration officials to the border to make quick rulings on whether claims are valid. He could also oblige asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until their cases are decided, as he did in his first term. The second step is to focus deportations on criminals, as his chief of staff has suggested he will. That could create consent for a third step that has long been obvious yet unattainable politically. Both as a practical matter and as an exercise in justice, America cannot deport every unlawful migrant. Doing nothing means that around 11 million people will spend their whole lives in America without ever acquiring the right to live there. But unless immigration flows are under control, amnesty for those already in the United States risks attracting another wave to try to enter illegally. The only solution is a deal that combines effective border enforcement with a right to stay for law-abiding migrants. Such a compromise is possible. No Republican politician can outflank Mr. Trump on immigration, and Democratic alarm helps him appear tough. The chances are that he will want to keep immigration as a wedge issue, pick fights with Democratic governors and mayors, and leave things broadly as he found them. But the conditions are there for him to do a deal that has eluded the past 5 presidents, if he wants to.
Finance and economics.
The year ahead. Falling stars. Europe enters 2025 looking especially vulnerable. New divisions could tear it apart.
Europe's divisions were once simple: fiscal policy and sunshine. That was a north-south carve-up: grey, abstemious north, sparkling spendthrift south. Migration and wealth? Newcomers were mostly tolerated in the rich west and despised in the poor east. Only the wine, beer, vodka spectrum, which produced a twice-diagonal split, was more complex. When crisis struck, these familiar dividing lines helped. Predictable splits are easier to manage. Europe also had plenty of reason to unite. Trade talks are less complicated for a single market if 27 countries find a common position, even if doing so sometimes means compromising on national interests. A euro crisis would hit all members of the currency area. When Russia invaded Ukraine, most of Europe reacted with instinctive horror. Sanctions on Russia and cash for Ukraine swiftly followed. The next crisis will be harder, in part because the nature of the threats facing Europe has changed. America and China will soon share disdain for the EU and global rules. Their leaders will have no problem tying together economic and security matters for maximum leverage, as is illustrated by Donald Trump's promise to use tariffs and possibly even force to induce Denmark to hand over Greenland. International security has deteriorated to the point where European armed forces are being re-engineered with bigger budgets, and Europe is acting from a position of weakness. Germany, its biggest economy, is entering its 3rd year in recession. These threats and problems are dividing Europe along new lines. To see how, start with the continent's economic difficulties. Weak economies are more likely to make poor geopolitical decisions. During the euro crisis of the early 2010s, it was Europe's periphery that was struggling. Southern European countries flogged visas to investors indiscriminately. Central and Eastern European countries were more than happy to work with China in its 16+1 initiative, which sought to draw the region into Xi Jinping's orbit. Now Europe's core is suffering. It is not just Germany. The IMF also forecasts meagre growth for France and Italy. Europe's biggest countries will therefore have to steer the EU through dangerous times while trying to reform their own economies. In September, Mario Draghi, a former president of the European Central Bank, or ECB, and Prime Minister of Italy, laid out an ambitious reform agenda. Without agreement between France and Germany, there is little hope for even the most modest of his proposals. The EU's members never saw eye to eye on trade, but there was a balance. A free trade bloc, with Britain at its heart, helped contain the protectionist instincts of France. A strong internal market with limits on industrial policy and global trade largely on the World Trade Organization's terms kept all parties broadly satisfied. Now that Britain is out, the balance has shifted in favour of those who want to use tariffs and subsidies for political aims. The WTO has few friends left outside of Europe and has lost a few inside the bloc as well. In the debate over the future of industrial policy and how best to respond to the provocations of Mr. Trump, the big countries have very different incentives. Germany and the Netherlands conduct a lot of trade beyond the EU's borders. The former continues to reject tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles for fear of retaliation against its car makers. The latter had to be strong-armed by America into restricting exports of chip-making equipment to China. By contrast, France, Spain and Poland are much less exposed to international commerce and as a consequence are more willing to sacrifice the gains of trade. Although the European Commission has agreed a trade deal with Mercosur, a South American group, it has not yet been ratified and is being opposed by France and Poland. Such countries are also much more likely to argue in favour of European production of strategic goods and buy European clauses. At first glance, the continent appears unified on defence. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the re-election of Mr. Trump, few are under any illusion about military spending. In 2023, EU countries spent 1.6% of GDP on defence. Not that much more than the roughly 1% limit the Allies set for Germany after the First World War to prevent the country from being able to defend itself, notes Moritz Schularik of the Kiel Institute, a research outfit. Now everyone agrees spending will have to rise beyond 2% or even 3% of GDP. That is a sizable increase for a continent used to outsourcing its security to America. But even here there are differences. Not all countries are equally worried by Russia. Generally speaking, the closer a country's capital is to Moscow, the higher both its military aid to Ukraine and defence spending. These differences will become a source of tension. Mr. Trump has made clear that he expects NATO members to raise spending to 5% of GDP if they wish to continue to benefit from American protection. The EU budget may need a large pot of €100 billion, that's $103 billion, for common outgoings on defence, up from €8 billion at present. Andrius Kubilius, the EU's first-ever Commissioner for Defence, has argued. An increase of that size would entail cuts to the bloc's other spending commitments or bigger contributions from all members. Security will also complicate other matters. Countries with an especially strong interest in retaining American military support, such as the Baltic states, may reject retaliatory tariffs against Mr. Trump. They may also side with America on measures against China, as they did last year when voting in favour of EU tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. Even free-trading Nordic countries either supported the measures in the case of Denmark or abstained, Finland and Sweden. Funding is another problem. Even before armed forces get their extra money, public debt in France, Italy and Spain exceeds 100% of GDP. Last year, France ran a deficit of more than 6% of GDP. It aims merely to bring this down to around 5% in 2025. We have calculated how much countries would need to reduce their primary deficit, that is, deficits before interest payments, to keep their debt ratios at current levels. Unsurprisingly, France stands out, requiring spending cuts or tax rises worth 4% of GDP. Poland and Italy would also face tough measures. In April, the EU changed its fiscal rules. It now requires each country to put together plans for a more balanced budget, via either lower spending or higher taxes. The ECB, which is ultimately the backstop for all Eurozone government debt, has indicated that compliance with such rules is mandatory for any country hoping for its support. France, Italy and Spain will all have to adjust by about 0.5% of GDP a year, according to Bruegel, a think tank. Arguments are on the way. An economic downturn would make the arguments even more heated. The ECB is still battling inflation, with prices for services a particular problem, at 4% above a year ago, and as a result is reluctant to cut interest rates sharply. Euro area household savings have risen to 16% of disposable income, up from 13% before the COVID-19 pandemic, hurting consumption. Businesses are braced for the impact of Mr. Trump, amid already intense competition from China. The Eurozone may soon return to a familiar debate. Should deficit spending be used to prop up an economy? During the euro crisis, the EU overcame problems through deeper integration. Unthinkable policies, such as the ECB standing behind government debt and EU countries incurring common debt, became reality. The good thing is that the EU's team is the best it has been in decades, says Mujtaba Rahman of Eurasia Group, a consultancy. Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission, Kaja Kallas, the Commission's lead on foreign policy, and Antonio Costa, head of the European Council, are all adroit, ambitious politicians. They will be ably supported by Mark Rutte, NATO's new Secretary-General. Yet Europe's politics is being pulled to the extremes. Germany will be consumed by an election until late February, with the likely result another constrained centrist coalition. In France, Emmanuel Macron is struggling to form a stable government. Spain's minority government cannot pass a budget. Indeed, in an unusual reversal, Italy is the bloc's most stable big country, according to Verisk Maplecroft, another consultancy. On top of this, many of the EU's problems touch upon matters at the heart of national politics: security, the state's role and taxation. Mr. Draghi's grand plans increasingly look like a wish list for another world. For Europe, this will be a year of crisis management.
Europe.
Strategic resources. Mining muddle. Europe has lots of lithium, but struggles to get it out of the ground.
Europe may not be as well endowed when it comes to lithium as Australia, China and Chile, but it is still home to an estimated 5% of the world's reserves of the rare white metal. Yet it currently produces next to none of the stuff, which is crucial for making electric vehicle EV batteries and energy storage systems. It still relies on imported refined lithium that usually comes from China. The EU wants to change that in the name of autonomy. The EU's Critical Raw Materials Act, which came into force last May, aims to ensure that at least 10% of the EU's lithium needs, as with other critical raw materials, are met from homegrown sources by 2030. It also specifies that no more than 65% of annual consumption of these products should be sourced from any single country. At first glance, these targets appear eminently achievable, given Europe's untapped reserves. If anything, the 10% production goal seems modest. European lithium could potentially meet half of the region's demand, or even more. But the job of getting lithium out of European ground is not easy. The metal is mostly found in hard rock deposits. Open-pit mines are large, polluting, water-intensive and noisy. Planned projects are opposed by the not-in-my-background crowd and also by environmental groups. Take Serbia, home to huge lithium deposits in the Jadar Valley in the west of the country. Rio Tinto, a mining giant, has been trying to advance a project there for over 20 years, but progress has been stop-start. A wave of protests in 2021 to 22 forced the government to revoke Rio's licence. It was reinstated in July 2024 after fresh assessments. The government has hinted that the firm may be able to start construction in 2026, but that will inevitably spark another public backlash, which may put the brakes on the project again. A project in Portugal's northern Barossa region risks meeting a similar fate. A British mining firm, Savannah, wants to open 4 open-pit mines that it estimates could produce enough lithium for 500,000 EV batteries each year. But most of the land it needs to purchase belongs to local communities, which do not want to sell. Little wonder that investors are treading carefully, not just there, but in the Czech Republic, Finland, France and Spain, which also boast hard rock lithium deposits. Open-pit mining is not the only game in town. Lithium is also found underground in hot, salty water. Companies like Vulcan Energy, which has 17 licenses in Germany's Rhine Valley, pump brine from geothermal springs to the surface and filter out the lithium before sending the rest back down. That is less damaging to the environment because water loss is minimal and the above-ground facilities are smaller and cleaner than open-pit mines. The elephant in the room is China. It was quick off the mark to develop huge domestic capacity in the 2010s, thanks to a raft of subsidies and tax breaks. It has flooded markets with refined lithium. Prices have plummeted as a result, which has eliminated a lot of the competition. Only a few European projects are viable at the current rock-bottom prices, but that should not be an excuse for inaction. Prices will not stay low forever. Projects across Latin America, Asia and Australia are being scaled back, which will whittle away at the world's lithium surplus. Europe's challenge is twofold. If for strategic reasons it is serious in its resolve to produce more expensive lithium, it will have to provide more support to firms that are trying to do so. Public funding is available, but in a myriad of places, usually coordinated by national governments and arguably in insufficient quantities. The second challenge is equally daunting. Securing the paperwork to advance these projects is fiendishly complex and time-consuming. Streamlining the process would help, but unless Europe addresses these obstacles, lithium projects currently on the drawing board will stay there, and autonomy will remain a fantasy.
Leaders.
The risks of alcohol. How to think about the demon drink. Health warnings about alcohol give only half the story. Enjoyment matters as well as risk.
For many people, the new year brings both a banging hangover and a solemn resolution never to get drunk again. More than a decade ago, Alcohol Change UK, which campaigns to cut drinking, launched its Dry January campaign. This year it reckons a third of British men will try to stick to it. In America, Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, is also keen to discourage drinking. Dr. Murthy has recommended placing warnings on alcohol to highlight the fact that it raises the risk of some cancers, including breast and bowel cancer. If so, America could become the third country after South Korea and Ireland to require labels. Drinking a lot is indisputably bad for you. Boozing has long been associated with heart attacks, liver disease, stroke and obesity. Drunks are more likely to get into fights or accidents. Alcohol is addictive, and the World Health Organization, or WHO, blames it for about 1 death in 20 around the world. The link with cancer is less familiar to most people. Dr. Murthy's statistics suggest that women who drink occasionally have about a 16.5% lifetime risk of several common cancers, whereas those who have 1 drink a day, America's recommended maximum, have about a 19% chance. As the evidence of alcohol's harms has piled up, the public health messages have become starker. The WHO says flatly that there is no safe level of alcohol consumption. America's guidelines say that those who do not drink should not start for any reason. In 2023, Canada published guidelines recommending 2 drinks, roughly 2 cans of beer, a week for those who want to remain in the low-risk category, down from 15 a week for men and 10 for women. It is all very sobering. But overzealousness can be counterproductive. Taken literally, the WHO implies that it is unsafe to have even a sip of communion wine. If 1 bit of public health advice seems absurd, people may start to doubt other bits too. And although there is unanimity that heavy drinking is very bad for you, there is less agreement around light indulgence. In December, America's National Academies of Science, Engineering and Medicine concluded with moderate certainty that moderate drinking, up to 2 cans of beer a day for men or 1 for women, as per official American advice, was associated with benefits rather than harms. Benefits in heart health appeared to outweigh the risks from cancer and other ailments, though the effect disappeared quickly with extra quaffing. Many scientists think that the benefits of light drinking are a statistical mirage. But even if the WHO is right and no amount of alcohol is safe, that is only half the picture. After all, there is no completely safe level of almost anything, from flying to going on a date. Walking is good for you and touted at book length by the Surgeon General, step it up, but 7,500 American pedestrians were killed by cars in 2022. People balance the dangers of an activity against the benefits it brings. These days, suggesting that drinking might have any benefits at all feels faintly heretical, but many enjoy the taste of a good beer or wine, appreciate the buzz it provides, or take pleasure in the social rituals like a pub visit or a dinner party which it lubricates. That is why the world is willing to spend $1.8 trillion a year on drink. All that enjoyment belongs on the scales with the equally real harm. Some perspective. Canada's new guidelines define low risk as a 1 in 1,000 chance of premature death owing to alcohol. Boosting consumption from 2 to 6 drinks a week raises the odds to 1 in 100. With walking, the lifetime risk of being run over in America is about 1 in 470. What to do in 2025? If you are a heavy drinker, almost everyone would agree that it would be wise to cut down. For all but the most risk-tolerant, the middle-class habit of downing half a bottle of wine with dinner is worth examining. But if you fancy a pint or 2 with friends every now and then, you will be trading a tiny risk of harm for an evening of warmth and good company. That is a trade many rational people will be happy to make, especially amid the cold and gloom of January.
United States.
Housing. Out for the count. Homelessness rises to a record level.
Each year, for a few frigid days in January, volunteers fan out across cities, towns and rural areas to try to count every homeless person in America. The method is imperfect. Cities do their counting in different ways, and many homeless people are transient or hide away in subterranean tunnels and under highway overpasses. Researchers think the result is an undercount. But this point-in-time survey offers the most complete picture of homelessness that exists in America today. The results for January 2024, released on December 27th, offer bleak news. The number of homeless people in the country had risen to the highest level on record. Between 2023 and 2024, homelessness increased by 18% to roughly 771,000 people. That is nearly as many people as live in North Dakota. The vast majority of the uptick comes from people living in shelters. Picture hotel rooms or rows of beds rather than sleeping rough, as is common on the West Coast and in some southern states. The report's most shocking revelation is that the number of homeless people in families with children rose 39% year on year, a reversal of a slow but steady decline in the years preceding the COVID-19 pandemic. 3 big things contributed to the surge: a housing shortage that has driven up rents and home prices, an influx of asylum seekers that overwhelmed some cities, and disasters that displaced people. Estimates vary, but Moody's Analytics, a consultancy, reckons America is short about 2.9 million affordable homes. It is no coincidence that many states with consistently high rates of homelessness, California and New York, or those that saw big increases this year, Hawaii and Massachusetts, have some of the priciest housing in the country. A third of people counted were chronically homeless and may suffer from drug addiction or struggle with mental illness, which makes it harder to stay housed. But most people fall in and out of homelessness depending on their finances. When pandemic-era programs that offered rental assistance and prevented landlords from evicting tenants expired, more people may have been pushed onto the streets. When migrants arrived by the thousands in cities far from the southern border, they burdened already crowded shelter systems. 3 places absorbed the most migrants: Chicago, Denver, and New York City. In Chicago, migrants camped inside police stations. Denver created a busing scheme of its own, sending people onto their final destinations rather than allowing them to camp on the streets. The states those cities belong to, Illinois, Colorado, and New York, each saw corresponding rises in homelessness. New York City attributes almost 88% of its increase to asylum seekers housed in the city's shelters. For an example of the ways in which disasters can increase homelessness, look to Hawaii. In August 2023, a wildfire caused by broken power lines razed the town of Lahaina, killing at least 102 people. Houses were burned down to their foundations. Survivors lived out of shelters and hotel rooms across Maui for months, if not longer. The blaze worsened an already dire housing shortage on the islands, where the median listing price is nearly double the nation's. What happened on Maui has become a cruel pattern. Homelessness also spiked in Chico, California, after a fire engulfed the nearby town of Paradise in 2018. There are 2 small reasons for hope. First, the count was carried out right after migrant encounters at the southern border peaked and cities were flailing. In the years since then, many newcomers have settled in. Denver has wound down its migrant shelter program, for example. That may mean homelessness could decline in 2025. Second, the only bright spot amid about 100 pages of grim analysis in the report showed that the number of homeless veterans has declined by more than half since 2009, thanks to better cooperation between cities and the Federal Department of Veteran Affairs. In the hunt for solutions, it makes sense to start there.
China.
Espionage. Amateur agents. How China turns members of its diaspora into spies.
Among exiled Chinese dissidents, Tang Juanjun was well known. He had taken part in the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989 and landed in prison as a result. He later defected to Taiwan, swimming to one of its outlying islands from a fishing boat. America granted him asylum, and he settled in New York, becoming the leader of Chinese pro-democracy groups. But in 2024, he was arrested by the FBI. He admits to having used his position to collect information for China and to report on his fellow activists. He did this so that officials in Beijing would allow him to return to China to see his ailing parents. China's hacking of Western computer networks, such as its alleged breach of America's Treasury Department, has made headlines in recent years. So too have its efforts to steal military and trade secrets. But China has also been pursuing a more subtle campaign, one that involves bribery, blackmail, and secret deals, and which uses members of the diaspora to gather information and further China's interests. Britain recently got a taste of this when the authorities there accused Yang Tengbo, a Chinese businessman, of cultivating ties with Prince Andrew, the king's brother, as part of an influence operation. Mr. Yang has said the suggestion he is a spy is untrue and has denied doing anything unlawful. America is China's most important target. These types of activities fall under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, an American law that requires those engaging in political projects on behalf of a foreign actor to register and disclose what they are doing. In recent years, the Justice Department has strengthened its enforcement of the Act. The department conducted 25 FARA inspections in 2023, the most since 1985. In 2024, there were several high-profile cases involving China. One involved Linda Sun, a former aide to the governor of New York, who was arrested in September for working as an undisclosed agent of China and its Communist Party, or CCP. Ms. Sun allegedly blocked meetings between Taiwanese officials and state leaders, removed references to Taiwan from communications, and hindered efforts to publicize China's persecution of ethnic minorities. In return, she is said to have received millions of dollars in kickbacks and gifts. She has pleaded not guilty. The accusations against Ms. Sun are straightforward, but many of China's influence operations occur in a grey area. Take the diaspora groups called Tong Xianghui, or hometown associations, which bring together immigrants from particular parts of China. They are ubiquitous in American cities and under scrutiny by the Justice Department. Association leaders often mobilize voters before elections in America and have ties to local officials. Some organize political activities, such as rallies in support of Xi Jinping or protests against visits by Taiwanese officials. This is all legal so long as the organizers act independently, but the line between voluntary action and agent work is fuzzy. Many overseas Chinese support the CCP, or at least are willing to help it because they have businesses or family back home. Only when they receive covert funding, instructions or supervision from Chinese officials do they cross the line into being foreign agents. In 2022, the FBI arrested the head of a Shandong hometown association not because of his frequent trips to China and friendliness with Chinese officials, but because they suspected him of working with Chinese police to forcibly repatriate another immigrant. Similarly, in 2023, 2 Chinese men were indicted for allegedly working with Chinese police to operate a clandestine police station in a Fujian hometown association in New York. One of them pleaded guilty in December. American authorities have struggled to combat these efforts without alienating the Chinese diaspora. An anti-espionage program launched in 2018, called the China Initiative, aimed to stop the country from using non-traditional collectors, such as academics and scientists, to steal America's trade and technology secrets. Nearly 90% of the defendants charged under the initiative were of Chinese heritage, according to a database compiled by the MIT Technology Review, but many of the cases involved questions of research integrity, with academics accused of failing to fully disclose their Chinese affiliations. Only a quarter of all the cases brought under the initiative ended in conviction. America's counterintelligence efforts are meant to make the Chinese diaspora feel safe, says a former official who worked on the China Initiative. What you don't want to do is over-rotate to a situation where being Chinese equals being a spy. But the initiative left many academics feeling targeted because of their Chinese heritage, says Gang Chun of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In 2021, he was charged with failing to disclose connections to Chinese educational programs when submitting a federal grant application. The indictment was widely criticized. The charges were later dropped. Many members of the Chinese diaspora welcome efforts to stymie CCP influence. But Zhou Fengshuo of Human Rights in China, an activist group in New York, warns that the heavy-handedness of America's approach has led to distrust of the government. He complains that exiled dissidents receive little protection, making them easier targets for Chinese coercion. In 2022, the Justice Department ended the China Initiative, saying it led to a harmful perception of racial profiling. But in September, the House of Representatives passed a bill to revive it as the CCP Initiative. Such efforts may intensify under Donald Trump, who has nominated China hawks for important jobs. As America tries to counter the CCP, it may risk driving more of the diaspora into its hands.
Europe.
Charlemagne. A Tale of Two Le Pens. Jean-Marie was a far-right extremist who never really sought power. His daughter wants to run France.
He lived his life in lurid colour, but it often felt as if Jean-Marie Le Pen, who died on January 7th at the age of 96, belonged to an era of black and white. There was Indochina, where he served as a paratrooper, French Algeria, where he fought for the homeland and admitted to torture, the French Fourth Republic, during which he was first elected to the National Assembly in 1956, 2 years before Charles de Gaulle wrote the modern constitution. Even Mr. Le Pen's 19th-century mansion, perched magnificently on a ridge overlooking Paris, appeared to be the product of decades of neglect. Its walls were dark brown, furniture shabby, and it stank of death, noted Yann, his middle daughter. Like Mr. Le Pen's unapologetic extremist politics, the far-right leader's formative moments seem to belong to history. Yet his influence on French politics could hardly be more current. Little about Mr. Le Pen's life was tempered. With his broad frame and bombastic manner, the son of a Brittany fisherman thundered through life without a filter. He relished public provocation, which often landed him in court, just as he did belting out Breton sea shanties at the family mansion after a boozy dinner. Given a platform, Mr. Le Pen would rant against anything, fists punched into the air, articulation precise. Even the country's winning multi-ethnic football team, too many foreigners. An apologist for Pétain's collaborationist regime, he was periodically convicted for hate speech, anti-Semitism, and denying crimes against humanity, the latter after claiming that the Nazi gas chambers were a detail of the history of the Second World War. In two respects in particular, Mr. Le Pen was also a precursor for today's nationalist-populist right. In the 1950s, he was first drawn into politics by Pierre Poujade, a proto-populist whose movement represented shopkeepers, tradesmen, artisans, and the little people. His was the politics of the downtrodden against the elite, which finds a wide echo today. As co-founder of the National Front in 1972, Mr. Le Pen was also a proponent of great replacement thinking, long before it became a fashionable theory for the far right. From his study in the mansion above Paris, filled with nautical memorabilia, it was almost as if he imagined himself to be single-handedly commanding the country's maritime defences. There, beside brass-mounted binoculars and model frigates, Mr. Le Pen once held forth to this columnist about the upcoming submersion of France by an invasion of all the miserable populations of the world. "We lived through German military occupation, but afterwards they left," he roared at her. "Immigrant populations have no intention of leaving." Ultimately, Mr. Le Pen's unfiltered approach was too much even for his own daughter, Marine Le Pen, who took over the party in 2011. 4 years later, she expelled her father and then changed its name to the National Rally. It was a seminal political moment and a brutal, humiliating personal disavowal. Ambition triumphed over affection. Rivalry overrode filial duty. All his life, Mr. Le Pen thrived on conflict. Ms. Le Pen sought to appear respectable. He swaggered about on untouchable fringes of polite society. She dines coolly at upscale Parisian restaurants. He never really sought political power. She wants to govern France. The trace that Mr. Le Pen left on French politics was noxious and incremental, but not as linear as it appears in some telling, and not all of his own making. The political cynicism of his adversaries also played a part. The Le Penisation of French minds, or the spread of his core discourse, began to take hold in the 1980s, but it was François Mitterrand, then the socialist president, who changed the electoral rules to favour small parties in an attempt to split the right. In 1986, Mr. Le Pen and his group of assorted extremists, nativists and colonial apologists secured a record 35 parliamentary seats, before losing all but one when the rules changed again 2 years later. Indeed, the very toxicity of Mr. Le Pen's extremism served the left, prompting an anti-racism movement that bred a new generation of politicians and helped Mitterrand to win re-election. A serene debate about controlled immigration in France has been difficult ever since. For Ms. Le Pen, the moment has never seemed so favourable. The best Mr. Le Pen ever managed in his 5 runs for the presidency was 18% in 2002, when he shocked France by making it into the second round against Jacques Chirac. 20 years later, in the runoff against the centrist Emmanuel Macron, Ms. Le Pen scored 41.5%. The judges may yet keep her from running for office when they decide on March 31st whether to rule her ineligible in a trial over the misuse of public funds. Barring this, she looks better placed than ever. Mr. Macron, who has twice kept her from power at the ballot box, cannot run again at the next presidential election due in 2027. No clear successor has yet emerged. if he calls fresh parliamentary elections this summer, Ms Le Pen's party could enter government earlier still. In the end, Mr Le Pen's legacy is also hers, the normalisation of anti-immigrant nationalist politics. Mr Le Pen may have belonged to the toxic fringe, but he also laid the foundations for a form of politics which, purged of its extreme imagery and elements, has become mainstream in France and Europe. Today its champions hold power, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, or share it in over half a dozen countries. The Le Penisation of minds has spread even to places such as Germany, once thought immune. 2 decades ago, Mr Le Pen's brand of xenophobic politics was rejected by a majority of French and European public opinion. Today, Ms Le Pen is one of the most popular politicians in France. Ms Le Pen had to turn on her father to get where she is today, but she would not be there if he had not come first.
Briefing.
Donald Trump and immigration. Deportation fixation. How far will Donald Trump go to get rid of illegal immigrants?
We'll get National Guard and we'll go as far as I'm allowed to go according to the laws of our country, said Donald Trump in November, explaining his plan to rid America of illegal immigrants to Time magazine. Whatever it takes to get them out. Of all the policies the president-elect has promised to pursue in his first days back in office, none seems as important to him as deportation. Immigration is the topic, he told Time, that secured his re-election. Even by his own histrionic standards, his rhetoric on the subject has been heated. Undocumented immigrants, he has said, are poisoning the blood of our country. They come from prisons and jails, insane asylums and savage gangs. They have occupied parts of America. Their strongholds are a war zone. There may be 21 million of them, he has claimed, an invasion that justifies the deployment of the army to round them up. The only solution, he insists, is the largest deportation operation in American history. Mr. Trump has long been exercised about immigration. He made building a wall along America's border with Mexico a central theme of his election campaign in 2016. He duly issued a flurry of executive orders on immigration within weeks of taking office in 2017, including a ban on visas for applicants from various largely Muslim countries and instructions to federal agencies to expedite the construction of the border wall and to detain more illegal immigrants. Those initiatives quickly lost momentum, however, owing to legal setbacks, institutional resistance, and a public backlash. Mr. Trump has signalled that a similar policy whirlwind can be expected after his inauguration on January 20th. How far will he go this time to keep his campaign pledges? In 2017, Mr. Trump appointed sober institutionalists to senior posts who then tried to restrain his nativist impulses. In the new Trump administration, MAGA warriors will hold the top jobs on immigration. Stephen Miller, his deputy chief of staff, is an America First anti-immigration hawk who has been fighting against bipartisan immigration reform in Congress since 2013. As God is my witness, he declared last year, you are going to see millions of people rapidly removed from this country who have no right to be here. Mr. Miller's comrade in arms will be Tom Homan, who led Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the agency that carries out deportations, during Mr. Trump's first term, and is set to become border czar in his second. He can sound as doctrinaire as Mr. Miller, threatening local officials who resist mass deportations with jail time. He used to champion the separation of undocumented children from their parents as a way to deter illegal immigration. Yet Mr. Homan has a pragmatic streak, too, having worked in the immigration bureaucracy since the 1980s under Democratic and Republican presidents alike. Officials who know him say he understands what the federal government is and isn't capable of. The task before them is daunting. It is not even clear how many illegal immigrants there are in America. Mr. Trump likes to claim that Mr. Biden has let in 15 million or 20 million and that all of them must go. But these numbers seem to be plucked from thin air. The Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, estimated that there were 11 million unauthorized migrants in America in 2022. Since then, Border Patrol agents have apprehended millions more, mostly near the Mexican border. Many of these have promptly claimed asylum, which allows them to stay in America while their claims are assessed. Oxford Economics, a consultancy, has tried to tot up the number of asylum seekers, gotaways, people who evade Border Patrol, and those who have overstayed legitimate visas, and has concluded that 8.3 million unauthorized migrants have entered the country since the beginning of 2022, although the asylum seekers account for more than half of these and are not technically illegal immigrants. A common estimate puts the current number of undocumented at more than 13 million. Most live in the most populous states, California, Texas, Florida, and New York. Counting deportations is tricky too. When an immigrant caught by Border Patrol opts to turn back into Mexico rather than be arrested, that is a return. These were common during George W. Bush's presidency, when many of those crossing were Mexicans looking for seasonal work. But returns have fallen as the number of migrants from farther afield has risen, and the asylum trick has grown popular. Removals, when the authorities issue a formal deportation order, leapt under Barack Obama, but then fell back again, including under Mr. Trump. The big question is what the mass in Mr. Trump's promise of mass deportation really means. His acolytes know that legal, logistical, financial and political obstacles make deporting many millions of immigrants in 4 years a fantasy, but they speak admiringly of Operation Wetback, a deportation drive in 1954 in which as many as 1.1 million people were ejected. J.D. Vance, Mr. Trump's running mate, has suggested that their administration could start with 1 million and then we can go from there. Even that is more than twice as many people as ICE deported in 2012, the recent peak. And even deportations on that reduced scale could hobble America's economy and prompt a political backlash. Incoming officials say they will prioritize dangerous criminals and threats to national security, as most recent administrations have done. But John Sandvig, an acting director of ICE under Mr. Obama, points out that there simply are not that many criminals among the undocumented. Since 2017, just 1.4% of new immigration court cases were based on a migrant's alleged criminal activity, not including entering the country illegally. Of those deported who do have criminal records, the most common offence, other than illegal entry, is driving under the influence. If Mr. Trump's crusade starts and ends there, it would vindicate people like Jay Johnson, who ran DHS for Mr. Obama, and dismisses mass deportation as a hollow slogan for bumper stickers. To run up the numbers, Mr. Trump would need to widen the net. After criminals, the obvious next target is migrants already ordered deported who have not actually left. ICE reckons 1.4 million such people remain in the country. Many are in jail. Some others are monitored with technology like ankle tags, but not all. Last year, nearly 38,000 people awaiting deportation fled. Mr. Trump's penchant for shows of force means workplace raids are likely. An analysis of census data by the Pew Research Center suggests that unauthorized immigrants made up nearly 5% of America's labor force in 2022, or roughly 8.3 million people. Their numbers will have grown since. Although some migrants used forged documents to obtain work, government schemes that allow employers to check workers' immigration status have curbed this practice. In some industries, such as farming and construction, many employers simply look the other way. "We know that employers are going to be upset," Mr. Homan recently told the Washington Post. Communities that depend on immigrant labour are worried. The centre of Storm Lake, a town of 11,000 in northwest Iowa, features a Vietnamese noodle joint, a shop selling quinceañera gowns, and an African grocery. Spanish lyrics blare from pickup trucks idling at traffic lights. Storm Lake has experienced several waves of migration from Laos, Mexico, Central America, and most recently Micronesia, reflecting where Tyson Foods, which runs the shop's two big meat packing plants, happens to be recruiting. In a state like Iowa, which is 90% white, this has brought tension. "I had people come into the police station and say, 'It's your job to remove these people,'" remembers Mark Prosser, the town's former police chief. These days, most Storm Lakers are proud of its diversity, yet the surrounding county is deeply conservative. Mr. Trump won it in November by 33 points, despite, or perhaps because of, his pledge to deport millions. Mr. Prosser argues that raids make headlines, which Mr. Trump will like, but not much difference. In 1996, he helped plan one himself to catch migrants using fake papers to work in packing plants. But it took weeks of joint planning with federal agents to secure only dozens of arrests and deportations. "We spent a lot of money and a lot of time thinking this would be some sort of effective investigation," he recalls, "but we tore up the relations between the city and our immigrant community." Many locals hope Mr. Trump will be too scared of raising meat prices to harry packing plants. Tyson, anyway, maintains that it does not employ illegal immigrants. The most radical step would be for ICE to start hunting for illegal immigrants going about their daily business. In 2022, nearly 80% of unauthorized migrants had lived in the country for more than a decade. Some 5.7 million Americans, most of them children, live with an undocumented parent. At a recent immigration court hearing in Dallas, the American wife and adult children of a Mexican man arrested for drunk driving waited to testify about how his deportation would upend their lives. He had first come to America in 1998. Even in the absence of a mass deportation campaign, migrants like him are split from their families every day. Mr. Trump suggests that instead of separating families, the American spouses or children of immigrants could just leave too. He also says he would like to end automatic citizenship for everyone born in America, even though it is enshrined in the Constitution. Former Trump administration officials speculate that he may ban the issuance of passports to children of unauthorized migrants. Although such a decision would be challenged in court, it would prove Mr. Trump's determination to shake up the immigration system. It is possible that Mr. Trump's tough talk is the point, that his harping on about mass deportation is meant to deter more immigrants from coming to America illegally and to persuade those already here to leave. He could make it harder for migrants to travel or open a bank account without proof of citizenship, which might encourage recent arrivals without roots to up sticks. Officials in Storm Lake say residents have started asking whether they should leave. Some studies attribute much of Operation Wetback's success to self-deportation. But the border was so porous in the 1950s that workers could return to Mexico, wait for the fuss to die down, and then cross back over. That is not true anymore. Whatever approach Mr. Trump takes, he will face the same constraints that have bedeviled previous presidents. The most obvious is the legal system. The backlog of immigration courts has more than doubled since 2021 to 3.7 million cases. At the beginning of 2023, immigrants could expect to wait an average of nearly 3 years for a decision. People who lose their cases can appeal. There are two main ways Mr. Trump might try to get round the court system. During his first term, he expanded expedited removal for those who do not claim asylum or cannot stake a credible claim to it. Whereas deportations had previously been streamlined only for migrants who were arrested within 2 weeks of arrival and 100 miles of the border, Mr. Trump targeted people anywhere in America who had arrived within the past 2 years. Expect that policy to make a comeback soon after Inauguration Day. A more extreme plan involves invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which allows the president to detain and deport citizens of countries at war with America. It was most recently invoked by Franklin Roosevelt during the Second World War to detain Germans, Italians, and Japanese. Mr. Trump argues that the presence of foreign criminal gangs is tantamount to an invasion, so America is in fact at war. It is doubtful the courts would agree with him, but they might take some time to stop him. Logistical problems will also constrain the president. Mr. Homan says he needs 100,000 detention beds, more than double the current total. Mr. Trump could declare a national emergency, allowing him to use defense funds to build detention centers at military bases. He used the same process in 2019 to help fund the border wall. Mr. Miller has floated the idea of building tent camps in Texas to serve as a kind of purgatory between arrest and deportation. The state's land commissioner has even bought a 1,400-acre plot near the Rio Grande and offered to lease it to Mr. Trump. Transporting migrants to their home countries is also hard. Only Canadians and Mexicans can be driven across the border. Other repatriations require flights. In 2023, the head of ICE told Congress that an average removal flight cost about $17,000 an hour. And not every country wants to take its citizens back, although Claudia Sheinbaum, Mexico's president, has signalled that Mexico might consider accepting non-Mexicans, perhaps as a way to avoid being slapped with tariffs. All this is expensive. Republicans in Congress are planning to boost spending on enforcement, but it is not clear how much or how quickly they will stump up. The American Immigration Council, an advocacy group, estimates that deporting 1 million people a year would cost at least $88 billion a year. That is almost 3 times the combined budget of ICE and Customs and Border Protection in 2024. Politics will also temper Mr. Trump's ambitions. A successful mass deportation campaign would require states and cities to hand unauthorized migrants to federal agents. According to records collected by Syracuse University, roughly 3/4 of ICE arrests between 2014 and 2017 involved handoffs from local law enforcement. But many jurisdictions run by Democrats decline to coordinate with ICE. Mr. Trump may try to compel these sanctuary states and cities to cooperate by threatening to cut federal funding. In the meantime, it will be much easier to focus on willing spots. As border crossings surged under Mr. Biden, Denver absorbed more migrants per person than any other big city. But Mike Johnston, its Democratic mayor, still rejects mass deportations. "We'll partner on deporting violent criminals," he says, "but what we don't want to see is the 101st Airborne be sent into Denver to pull a 7th-grade girl out of history class." Mr. Johnston's concern stems from Mr. Trump's talk of using the army to conduct deportations. The armed forces are barred from enforcing civilian law. The president could, however, deploy the National Guard to help with logistical tasks like transport, surveillance, and paperwork, while leaving the arresting to the Border Patrol. The 800-pound gorilla in the room is the Insurrection Act, says Joseph Nunn of the Brennan Center for Justice, a think tank. It allows the president to use the army to put down rebellions or restore order, something Mr. Trump might argue the circumstances require. How Americans react to Mr. Trump's deportation campaign will depend on how aggressive it is. Last year, Pew found that 56% of registered voters favoured mass deportations, yet 58% also supported allowing unauthorized immigrants to stay if they are married to an American citizen. During Mr. Trump's first term, photos of children in cages sparked national outrage, forcing the administration to stop separating families. Messrs. Miller and Homan were architects of that policy. Perhaps they have learned what Americans are willing to tolerate in the name of border security. Or perhaps they have not.
Science and technology.
Arabic science. Return of the House of Wisdom. The Gulf's rulers want to transform their economies by harnessing the power of science.
Bait al-Hikmah, or the House of Wisdom, in Baghdad, emerged in the 9th century, even before the Accademia dei Lincei in Rome, widely considered the first Academy of Sciences. The Banu Musa brothers, sons of an astronomer in Baghdad, created the first machine with a stored program there, and scientific textbooks from the institute were translated and made their way to Europe. That marked a high point. Amid the siege of Baghdad in 1258, the Mongols destroyed the institute and threw all the texts into the Tigris River. Scientific discovery in the Middle East waned and has never returned to the heights of the Islamic Golden Age as the era was known. Of all the Nobel Prizes for the sciences handed out since 1901, only 2 have gone to recipients from the region. The Gulf's rulers want to do better than that in future. Keen to diversify their economies away from fossil fuels, the governments of Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, are turning to scientific research. The UAE launched a policy for science, technology and innovation in February 2024, and 7 months later opened the research-led National University of Dubai. In Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, has launched a revamped strategy for the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, the Kingdom's science hub, which is modelled on Western universities to focus on research aligned with his Vision 2030 economic blueprint. The Kingdom has also struck a cooperation agreement with Britain. Qatar's third national strategy, which covers the 6 years to 2030, contains targets for patents, publications and R&D spending by scientific foundations and the private sector. Currently, the UAE spends just 1.5% of its GDP on R&D. Qatar only 0.7% and Saudi Arabia 0.5%. This is well short of the 2.7% average among OECD countries, but that is partly because the region is not taking a kitchen sink approach and spreading its funding across every imaginable project, says Sarah Al-Amiri, chair of the Emirates Science Council and the UAE's Minister of State for Public Education. Nevertheless, the Research, Development and Innovation Authority in Saudi Arabia, set up in 2021, hopes to invest 2.5% of the kingdom's GDP on research, development and innovation by 2040. Qatari officials plan to double their country's current spending levels by the end of this decade, with about 3/5 coming from businesses. R&D is no longer just a nice-to-have, says Hilal Lashwell, a neuroscientist and an advisor to Sheikh Moza, the chair of the Qatar Foundation, a body that oversees the country's universities and scientific research. The Gulf's new approach to building its science and technology prowess has 3 distinct characteristics: a focus on domestic problems, a preference for applied research, and a careful choice of international partnerships. Researchers in the region focus on practical topics such as food security, energy efficiency, and health. Scientists at KAUST, for example, are using the fibrous structure of oyster mushrooms to create a membrane that can simultaneously absorb oil and repel water, useful in mopping up oil spills. Researchers at the UAE's Khalifa University are focusing on graphene membranes to improve water desalination. At New York University's campus in Abu Dhabi, scientists have developed nanoparticles that could improve treatment of an aggressive form of breast cancer, the most frequently diagnosed cancer in the Gulf. The first priority is to have an impact in the country, says Dr. Lachuel. He gives the example of rare diseases where the Gulf has until now focused solely on identifying genes that contribute to causing them. Those have then been studied further by researchers elsewhere, but now, he says, Gulf scientists will look for ways to use those discoveries to develop drugs or companies in the region. Commercial successes are not unheard of. The Khalifa University's Graphene Research Centre has tied up with a Swiss maker of pipes to work on high-performance pipelines for oil and gas. But there is scope for plenty more. In Saudi Arabia, for example, tie-ups between universities and companies, including such firms as Aramco, the oil giant, and SABIC, a chemicals champion, account for only 2% of scholarly output, compared with the average of 6% for countries in the OECD. Aware that there are still gaps between academia and businesses, though, governments are stepping in with initiatives like the Qatar Research, Development and Innovation Council. You need to teach the private sector the R&D mentality, and that is lacking, says Abir Al-Hamadi, the director of the Innovation Centre at Qatar's Hamad bin Khalifa University. In the UAE, the government is helping companies to assess where they could better use technology. To accelerate progress, a financing agreement worth 5 billion dirhams, $1.4 billion, has been set up with the Emirates Development Bank. Hassan Arafat of Khalifa University, who leads the Research and Innovation Centre for Graphene and 2D Materials, says that companies in the region have long imported technology through licenses and franchises. Building it from the ground up is a huge change, he says. Emirati, Qatari and Saudi officials also want to improve foreign collaborations. That means no longer being seen as just a pool of readily available funds for Western universities. We want equal participation and benefits, says Ms. Hamadi. Here, the Gulf authorities have learned from past mistakes. 2 decades ago, Qatar and the UAE brought in the likes of Carnegie Mellon and New York University to set up campuses in Doha and Abu Dhabi. In 2015, the UAE announced a science and technology policy that covered 100 national initiatives and had a budget of more than $82 billion. At one point, the UAE was home to a fifth of all international university branches. Saudi Arabia formed partnerships with over 24 universities, including one between Imperial College London and KAUST. Between 2008 and 2014, Saudi Arabia allocated more than $6 billion to its science policy. Despite the investment, the Gulf's economies were not transformed. The Masdar Institute of Science and Technology, for example, was created in 2007 with hopes that it would become a global leader in research on renewables and alternative energy, with help from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. A decade later, its academic arm was dropped, and the remainder was merged with the Petroleum Institute and became part of the newly formed Khalifa University. Collaborations such as these are more dicey in the modern day in any case, complicated by geopolitical wrangling. In February, Texas A&M University abruptly announced it was shutting down its campus in Doha, which has been profitable and running for over 2 decades. Students and researchers are now in limbo. The closure has left a big shadow over such foreign partnerships, especially with America, one academic says. Homegrown universities are therefore now much higher on the Gulf's agenda. A large proportion of academics in these universities still come from overseas, so to hedge the risks to their economic transformation efforts, the region's leaders increasingly want to bring back more Arab scientists from top global universities. They are also diversifying their research partners. The UAE's universities are seeking collaborations with European centres like CERN in Geneva, the world's biggest particle physics laboratory. Saudi Arabia's top collaborator in 2024, as measured by co-written research, was China, ahead of America. COW's biggest partner was the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Emirati officials say China has been a keen collaborator, especially because of its desire to globalize its education system. The Chinese are willing to bring more resources and talent to the table than the Americans are, and collaborations do not come with an invoice or bill attached, says one professor at an Emirati university. The Gulf's approach to research may not bring the international kudos of fundamental scientific breakthroughs, even though the volume of patents and research citations coming out of the region is rising. But the technocratic approach could solve its own problems, says Khaled Machaka, a psychologist at Weill Cornell Medicine's Qatar Center. And a more dynamic approach to research and innovation could be the Gulf's biggest contribution to global science.
Obituary.
Jimmy Carter. The peanut farmer who became America's 39th president died on December 29th, aged 100.
To their confusion, and often to their regret, Americans seemed faced with two Jimmy Carters. One was the man whose presidency, won by a squeak and relinquished amid the humiliation of the Tehran hostage crisis, seemed an essay in naivety. This was the chief executive who once addressed the nation in a grey cardigan, sitting by a guttering fire, who, at the peak of the energy crisis in 1979, as Americans queued miserably for petrol, wanly criticized their malaise, who, at the peak of the Cold War, attempted to effect a thaw by writing a personal letter to the exiled nuclear physicist Andrei Sakharov, and whose bid to rescue the hostages ended with a helicopter crash in the desert. This was also the man who, out fishing, was said to have been assailed by a killer rabbit, and who admitted to Playboy magazine that he had often committed adultery in my heart, inciting a wave of mockery from sophisticates on both coasts. Like Bill Clinton after him, he was Southern through and through, brought up in the woods and swamps around Plains, Georgia. Unlike Mr. Clinton, he was unintellectual, a peanut farmer and one-time governor of Georgia, whose formation had been in the Navy, not university. In a crowded Democratic primary field in 1976, his country freshness, like his drawl and his grin, marked him out, as did his surprising ambition. But Carter-mania barely survived the novelty of his inauguration walk to the White House. To his supporters, he represented the confident, booming New South, at last emerging from segregation. To the doubters, he was a hick with straw in his hair, soon floundering in the quagmires of Washington and the world. The Georgia Mafia, who came with him, were also an amateurish bunch, typified by his tubby, venal budget director, Bert Lance, his good old boy chief of staff, Hamilton Jordan, and his younger brother Billy, who traded on his high connection to promote a brand of beer and, from his service station in Plains, dispensed the sort of mischievous platitudes that presidents can do without. Yet scarcely had Mr. Carter left the job than he seemed completely different, both effective and impressive. He threw himself into Habitat for Humanity, a charity that builds houses for the poor, raising the roof beams himself with hammer and nails. Through his Carter Center, set up in 1982, he became a tireless advocate for peace and democracy, traveling the world to monitor elections, end wars, and promote human rights. In short order, he became America's conscience and its moral ambassador. When he disagreed with his successors, as with George W. Bush over Iraq, he said so loudly. In 2002, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, gaining a stature he had never had in his brief, troubled spell at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Yet these were the same man. There was no side to Mr. Carter and no dissembling. The landmarks of his foreign policy, the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel in 1978, the SALT II disarmament treaty with the Soviet Union, and the return of the Panama Canal to Panama, all criticized by many as giveaways at the time, were typical of a man intent on peace for its own sake. Almost his first act as president, after all, had been to pardon all those who had evaded the Vietnam draft, an attempt to heal one of the deepest fissures in America. He believed, with equal conviction, in the union of all men as brothers. In the Jim Crow years, he had not hesitated to play with the black farm boys who lived on the same dirt road. As governor of Georgia, he had made a point of choosing black candidates as judges and putting black portraits in the state capitol. Now, prickly foreign leaders were invited to sit with him on the Truman balcony in rocking chairs and talk about their grandchildren. Working with Congress seemed harder. He did not understand the arts of schmoozing and doing favors, and offended Capitol Hill with attacks on pork barrel spending. As a result, although he managed to set up the Department of Energy in 1977 to deal with the energy crisis, he struggled to get either an energy reform bill or petrol rationing passed. On the economy, in years dogged by stagflation and unemployment, as well as soaring oil prices, he seemed torn between charity and frugality, and neither worked. As inflation shot up into double digits, he imposed price controls. Later, he brought in credit controls and austerity, which drove America into recession. As someone who had experienced poverty and failed harvests, his uncomplicated aim was to help those in need, but he never found a consistent way to do so while in office. Surrounded by the high life of Washington, he kept his lifelong predilection for woodworking and quiet fishing, for introspection and making things from scratch. In the same way, amid a maelstrom of clashing policy advice, simple Christianity was his guide, to walk humbly, love his neighbor, and do right by him. America was not used to this. Religious as the country was, and is, presidents usually came in the safe, muted colors of Episcopalianism or Presbyterianism. God could be turned on or off to suit the times. A Southern Baptist who had preached and taught Sunday school, whose Bible was kept to hand, and whose God was permanently present, was a curiosity and an embarrassment to more secular types. Mr. Carter did not proselytize as president, but behaved as he believed. His autobiography was called Keeping Faith. Nor was he doctrinaire, severing his ties with the Southern Baptist Convention because it would not grant equality to women. His last act in the Oval Office was to pray for the freedom of his people. His last visitor there reminded him that no citizen had been killed in war during his administration. That was, for him, sufficient consolation. In Russia, he might have been called a holy fool. In America, his career raised the disturbing thought that it might be impossible for a really effective president to also be a really good man.
Leaders.
Economic nationalism. Indonesia's E.V. Gamble. Dominating nickel does not translate easily into making vehicles.
Nothing emboldens politicians like defying the world's advice and being proved right. Such is the case in Indonesia. In 2014, the country moved to ban exports of unprocessed ores. The idea was to force companies that crave its abundant minerals to refine them inside the country, capturing valuable investment and creating jobs. Multilateral institutions were sceptical. So was The Economist. Falling ore export earnings could widen the current account deficit and weigh on the shaky currency, the rupiah, we warned at the time. For one commodity, however, the arm twisting has worked. Indonesia has the world's largest reserves of nickel, a crucial ingredient in certain electric vehicle EV batteries. Since 2020, when the export ban came into full force, it has come to dominate the nickel market. Dozens of nickel smelters have opened since 2020 as investors submit to the government's rules in order to lay hands on the metal. Indonesia's share of the world's refined nickel production has doubled since 2020 to nearly half the total. In 2023, Indonesian exports of processed nickel were $22 billion, or 9% of the country's total exports, up from 2% in 2019. The nickel bonanza lifted Indonesia's trade surplus to a record high in 2022. Indonesia's resource nationalism has overwhelmed other producers. Nickel mines are going bust from Australia to Brazil. Perhaps half are unprofitable. Indonesia's, by contrast, have been buoyed by a surge of investment from Chinese mining giants such as Tsingshan. Chinese smelters in Indonesia have been innovative. Because of Indonesia's geology, it was once thought that its nickel ore deposits were too expensive to refine at scale. But Chinese companies have found a way. Now Indonesia's elite, led by Prabowo Subianto, the new president, wants to go further. His government may soon curtail supply to prop up prices, as if it were a one-country OPEC for nickel. Those around Mr. Prabowo dream of building a top-to-bottom electric car supply chain, from raw mineral extraction and processing to battery making and vehicle assembly. Indonesia has nearly all the natural resources necessary to build EVs, they reason. Why should anyone else capture the value? The government is now trying to pump up domestic demand for EVs with subsidies and is courting EV supply chain investments from the likes of BYD and Hyundai. Yet Indonesia's gung-ho industrial policy is wrong-headed. Market power in nickel does not imply similar power over the whole EV supply chain. Raw materials are only a small part of the cost of the average EV. And when it comes to other factors that determine where car makers produce, such as logistical capacity and local know-how, Indonesia is less attractive than neighbours such as Vietnam and Thailand. Indonesia is expanding supply during a period of brutal competition in both the EV and battery markets, with muted demand worldwide and overcapacity in China. What's more, the pricey nickel-based batteries Indonesia is best equipped to make are not what local consumers want. They prefer vehicles made with cheap lithium iron phosphate batteries. So far, domestic EV sales have been paltry. In short, Indonesia's nationalistic approach is likely to be a costly failure. In contrast to nickel processing, where its grip on the ore gave it power over miners, in EVs it is trying to subsidize its way to market share. Though its public finances are sound, the fiscal toll of so many giveaways will be heavy. Given enough money and political attention, some sort of supply chain will surely end up being created. But the cost to Indonesia could vastly exceed the benefits. Officials argue that foreign car makers will train Indonesians, but this seems unlikely on a large scale. The tally of planned investments looks modest, and a lack of local expertise will tempt firms to import foreign high-skilled labour. A different approach is needed. Indonesia could specialise in parts of the EV supply chain, such as nickel battery precursors, rather than trying to do everything. And if Mr. Prabowo wants to promote prosperity, he should focus on broader reforms, such as curbing corruption, cutting red tape, and fixing a leaky tax system. If Indonesia must subsidise something, then improving primary health care or inefficient ports would be a better use of the cash than a reckless bet on EVs.
The Americas.
Canada, Part 1. The Fall of Justin Trudeau. A weakened party and country is left to face down Donald Trump.
On January 6th, Justin Trudeau, Canada's Prime Minister, announced his resignation after weeks of speculation and a mounting political crisis. The Liberal Party has won 3 successive elections under his leadership, but over the past year he has become an isolated and polarising figure, as supporters abandoned his party, angry that it had failed to deal with inflation, growing housing costs, and strains caused by high levels of immigration, which have driven the fastest population growth since 1957. His party is now gripped by a leadership struggle. Canada faces an election which must be held by October. It will be fought over Mr. Trudeau's flawed legacy, the right response to a looming trade war, geopolitical risks, and a sluggish economy. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, said Mr. Trudeau. It has become clear to me that if I am having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. He joins a growing list of aggressive leaders done in by their failure to assuage the anxieties of ordinary voters, many of whom are shifting to populist parties. Among those crowing over his exit was President-elect Donald Trump. His contempt was laid bare recently in a stream of social media posts dismissing Mr. Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada and urging Canadians to consider becoming the 51st member of the United States. The rampant Conservative Party, led by Pierre Poilievre, will be watching who the Liberals pick next and eyeing a landslide election victory. Whoever is chosen must face down Mr. Trump while leading an enfeebled and unloved Liberal government. The President-elect is threatening to put tariffs of 25% on all of Canada's exports to the United States immediately after his inauguration on January 20th. Pile that onto an already anemic economy and the double-digit lead that Mr. Poilievre has held in national polls for more than a year, and that landslide looked very likely. That Mr. Trudeau has said he will go so near the end of his term means his party is missing an essential ingredient for success: time to recover. Whoever succeeds him will probably have only a few weeks as Prime Minister. The election must be held by October, but will almost certainly come this spring. Opposition parties in Canada's Parliament, which the Liberals control as a minority, have all vowed to bring down the government at the first opportunity through a vote of no confidence. Parliament was due to return from holiday on January 27th, but Mr. Trudeau has managed to prorogue it, aborting the current session and leaving the legislature suspended until March 24th. That triggers a 10-week sprint to choose a successor, appoint a new cabinet, and develop an electoral blueprint. The successor must then either face that no-confidence vote, or he or she must call for an election that would probably take place in May. Mr. Trudeau's arc has been vertiginous. He took his party from third place to a majority mandate in 2015 by winning over a wide swathe of the electorate, including working-class, Indigenous and first-time voters. He championed the causes that animated progressive politics a decade ago, such as climate change and minority rights. He won praise in his first term for reducing child poverty, and successfully negotiating with a truculent first-term President Trump to clinch a new free trade agreement. In elections in 2019 and 2021, Mr. Trudeau won with less support and minority mandates. Much of his political capital was squandered as his Liberals failed to recalibrate in the wake of the pandemic, and as the public's priorities shifted to inflation, housing and immigration. He and his party offered pious sermons that railed against their Conservative rivals' coarser tactics, rather than pragmatic solutions to the problems that bedevilled anxious voters. Support for the Liberal Party has crashed. A recent survey by the Angus Reid Institute, a pollster, suggests it is now backed by just 16% of voters, compared with the 45% who support Mr. Poilievre's Conservatives. That represents a new low for one of the world's most successful political organisations. The Liberals have been in power for 93 of the past 129 years. When Michael Ignatieff led them to their first, and so far only, third-place finish in 2011, they had the backing of 19% of voters. The Liberals' meagre support is mirrored in its bank accounts. The party raised one-third of the 29 million Canadian dollars, that's 20 million American dollars, pulled in by the Conservatives in their first 9 months of 2024. This feeble fundraising has shown up in the paltry number of advertisements for the Liberals on television, radio and the web. Every hockey game or home renovation show seems to be flooded with Mr. Poilievre's face, or his voice intoning Conservative slogans. Despite these formidable challenges, several aspirants to be the Liberal leader have been quietly assembling campaign teams for months. Those being urged to run by fellow Liberal MPs include Chrystia Freeland, whose surprise resignation as Finance Minister on December 16th precipitated the crisis that saw much of Mr. Trudeau's caucus abandon him. Mark Carney, who governed the Bank of England and before that the Bank of Canada, may jump into the race if the party does not opt to choose a new leader from among existing Liberal MPs. Mélanie Joly, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and François-Philippe Champagne, the Industry Minister, are also weighing their prospects. Whoever becomes leader must prepare to fight an election campaign that will turn in part on which party is best placed to confront the challenge of Mr. Trump. Trevor Toome, an economist at the University of Calgary, estimates that the President-elect's proposed tariffs would shave 2.6% off Canada's GDP and tip the economy into recession. But the election will also be a battle over Canada's identity. A decade of progressive liberalism has ended in widespread disillusionment. Far more than the Liberal Party's fortunes will be at stake when it selects its next leader.
Britain.
Education. Show your work. Labour lacks good ideas for improving Britain's schools.
In mid-December, Tim Jonas's daughter said goodbye to friends and teachers at her private school in Wakefield in Yorkshire. Mr. Jonas, a web developer, says his family can no longer cover the 9-year-old's fees now that Britain's Labour government is adding 20% in value-added tax, or VAT. None of the 44 state primaries in Wakefield could guarantee her a place, so she is going to one a few miles out of town. Mr. Jonas feels fairly positive about the move now it is underway, but he regrets having to pull his daughter out of a school where she was happy and doing well. After 2 years of bitter debate, VAT on school fees came into force on January 1st. For all the heat it has generated, the best bet is that the change will have less impact than diehards on both sides have made out. Yet that ought to worry Labour, which insists that making private education pricier was a good way to spend its first months in charge of schools. A party that once prioritised education seems to be strikingly short of good ideas. Fees at most private schools are going up at once, though by varying amounts. Hoity-toity places such as Eton are passing parents the full 20%. Some others say they are making efforts to limit increases, but that they expect to phase in the lot over time. VAT reclaim rules will permit some schools to make savings. When businesses start charging customers VAT, they stop paying tax on some of their own expenses. But even then, most schools will have to make spending cuts or draw on savings if they wish to keep fee increases below 15%. The effect on enrolment will take some years to become clear. Although some children are moving already, parents try to avoid withdrawing them in the middle of an academic year or when they are working towards big exams. The government's best guess is that private schools' rolls will eventually fall by 6% or so, putting about 100 schools out of business. Britain has about 2,600, with around 600,000 pupils, 6% of school-age children. It expects both that children will be moved to state schools and that some parents will not choose private education in the first place. For the moment, these guesses seem reasonable. In private, head teachers say they are more worried about diminishing inflow of new pupils than about an exodus of existing ones. The Independent Schools Council, an industry group, says that the number of 11-year-olds entering private secondary schools fell by about 5% last September, according to a survey of some 700 institutions. It thinks that worries about fees were the main reason. Parents with children at the very poshest schools will have the least trouble finding extra cash. Smaller, humbler institutions are likeliest to shrink. The changes spell particular trouble for children with special educational needs, predicts Tony Perry of Education Not Taxation, a group that opposes the reform. Their parents sometimes stretch their finances to afford private education, having concluded that local state schools cannot give their children the help they need. The most important question is whether the levy's benefits will outweigh its hassles. Labour is probably right that taxing fees is going to raise about £1.5 billion or $1.9 billion annually. Even if lots of children flee to state schools, parents are likely to spend a chunk of what they save on stuff that is subject to VAT. But even if all that money goes to education, it would raise state school budgets by a meagre 2%. Labour's still vague plans for improving state schools do not inspire optimism. It has talked a lot about hiring 6,500 more teachers. Last summer, it said this would be one of its first steps in office. But that is only one teacher for every 4 schools, and ministers have yet to explain how or when this will be fulfilled. England's schools are short-staffed, not because politicians have refused to budget for more people, but because too few want teaching jobs for the pay on offer. Fixing that will probably require raising teachers' pay far further than Labour looks willing to do. With inspections, the problem is not foot-dragging, but acting too rashly. In September, it ordered Ofsted, the school's inspectorate, to stop giving schools overall grades, such as excellent and inadequate. That delighted teachers who hated the old system. Their opposition had intensified since early 2023, when a head teacher whose school faced a downgrade committed suicide. Yet they may like the new-style inspections even less. Leaked proposals suggest that Ofsted may soon start handing schools scores in up to 10 woolly subcategories. The idea seems to be to paint a broader picture of each institution's strengths and weaknesses. But it will mean only more criteria for teachers to worry about, more bump for parents to sift through, and more work for an inspectorate that has long looked short of cash. Labour's latest announcements tinker with freedoms enjoyed by schools with academy status, some 80% of secondaries and more than 40% of primaries. The previous Conservative government handed these schools more autonomy, hoping this would push up results. But draft laws published on December 17th would give politicians more control over their lessons and stop them from hiring staff without teaching qualifications or who are not in training. Talk of requiring academies to respect centralised pay scales provoked particular confusion. Labour had to clarify that schools paying above average were not being asked to cut teachers' salaries. How any of this will benefit children has not yet been well explained. Everyone is scratching their heads, says Tom Richmond, a policy analyst who has worked in the Department for Education. We're seeing lots of announcements, but what we've not had yet is a plan. For good or ill, the Tories' reforms were driven by a strong vision of what high-performing classrooms look like, notes another analyst, who prefers to go unnamed for fear of making enemies in the new administration. What is Labour's dream school? I don't actually know. For people worried that Labour would rip up the reforms of the past 15 years, drift at the Department of Education is tolerable. England's schools have been rising up international league tables. Big changes would exhaust teachers at a time when hanging on to them is hard enough. Labour's base includes plenty of ideologues who would dismantle standards and water down discipline given half a chance. To its credit, the government seems to have mostly resisted their worst ideas. Yet threats to young brainpower are mounting. Around a quarter of secondary school pupils are persistently absent, twice as many as before the pandemic. The share who are missing more than half the time is going up. Services for children with special educational needs are in crisis. The rising costs threaten to bankrupt local councils. The fight over private schools has distracted policymakers from more important matters. Time to get back to class.
Business.
Schumpeter. The Wolf Cubs of Wall Street. Meet the whippersnappers taking on Goldman Sachs.
The masters of the universe will have hoped for some peace and quiet over Christmas. The holiday period was the last time for Wall Street financiers to catch a breath before Donald Trump is handed the keys to the White House on January 20th. Even if he does not make Canada the 51st state or annex Greenland, his second term promises lots of excitement. Currency traders are watching the Canadian dollar, Danish kroner and other monies, though this has less to do with Mr. Trump's territorial ambitions and more with the tariffs he has vowed to slap on allies and foes alike. Stock pickers are waiting to see which firms find favour with the mercurial president and which fall foul. Yet it is investment banks' rainmakers who expect to be the most hyper-caffeinated. President Joe Biden's zealous trustbusters with their mantra that big is bad and novel ideas about what mergers and acquisitions or M&A count as anti-competitive are out. Their Trumpian replacements, though as leery of big tech, look more relaxed about most other transactions, so long as these do not raise prices for consumers. Mr. Trump himself has declared he wants clear rules that facilitate rather than stifle the ingenuity of our greatest companies. Translation: deals, deals, deals. With rising corporate profits, which fill prospective buyers' coffers with cash, easing monetary policy, which makes it cheaper for them to borrow more, plus high stock market valuations, which strengthen the currency of their shares, before long boards will be asking CEOs, "What's your M&A strategy?" sums up Ryan Kenny, a banking analyst at Morgan Stanley. Mr. Kenny's employer and its investment banking arch-rival Goldman Sachs stand to benefit from this deal-making FOMO. Their market values hit records in late November, each surpassing $200 billion, if briefly in Goldman Sachs's case. Impressive, but look at growth, and it is two independent competitors, Evercore and Jefferies, that have really set investors' pulses racing. Their share prices have more than doubled in the past 2 years, roughly twice the gains of the industry giants. Evercore is now worth over $10 billion. Jefferies is closing in on $17 billion. Both are rising up various league tables. Last year, Jefferies came 7th in Dealogic's latest ranking of banks by investment banking revenue, up from 10th in 2023. On January 8th, it reported total revenues of $7 billion in the 12 months to November, compared with $4.7 billion the year before. Net profit more than doubled to $669 million. If analysts are right, in 2024, Evercore surpassed Morgan Stanley in terms of global advisory revenues, behind only JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs. The two firms, with headquarters on opposite sides of the intersection of 53rd Street and Madison Avenue, represent distinct visions of high finance. Evercore makes little use of its balance sheet and earns most of its money from fees clients pay it to advise on transactions. Its founder, Roger Altman, a former Treasury official, created it in 1995 when standards on Wall Street in matters such as treatment of confidential information and conflicts of interest were slipping. Mr. Altman stresses his firm's fanatical commitment to quality and integrity. Corny? Sure, he concedes, but also good business. Where Evercore is genteel, Jefferies looks, in the words of a hedge fund admirer, swashbuckling. Its CEO of 24 years, Rich Handler, posts photos on Instagram of himself wielding a laser tag gun. Its $64 billion in assets is wee and unleveraged next to Goldman Sachs's and Morgan Stanley's trillion-dollar balance sheets, and it relies on a joint venture with SMBC, a giant Japanese bank, to fund some of its activities. But it seems risk-tolerant in other ways. In 2009, aggressive recruitment tactics led UBS, a Swiss lender, to sue it for poaching a star rainmaker. After the Adani Group, an Indian conglomerate, was attacked by a short seller in 2023 over alleged fraud, Jefferies stood by its client as others steered clear. It reportedly began reviewing its ties only once American prosecutors charged the founder, Gautam Adani, with bribery in November. The Adani Group and Mr. Adani deny all charges. Yet Evercore and Jefferies share commonalities too, and not just their address. Both fetishize talent even more than their industry as a whole. I spend a tremendous amount of time recruiting, says John Weinberg, Evercore's chief executive. Its ranks of senior investment bankers rose by 27% in the past 3 years. Relative to size, it was out-hired only by Jefferies, whose equivalent headcount rose by 46% in the same period. Both display an aversion to middle management. Just 2 layers separate a managing director from Mr. Handler and Brian Friedman, Jefferies' president. Managers are player coaches, explains Mr. Friedman. Everyone is on the field and leading by example. Evercore is simply flat. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley have at least one more layer. In some ways, the two starlets are becoming more alike. Jefferies is raising its advisory revenues, paring back some capital-intensive activities, such as buying stakes in companies, and wants a bigger slice of the company mega-mergers that are Evercore's forte. Evercore, for its part, is increasingly helping clients raise capital, on top of offering deal counsel, and is eyeing the not-so-mega deals involving private equity investors, which Jefferies dominates. Both are sizing up advisory opportunities in private credit, which is replacing bank lending in many mergers and buyouts. Both must also prove they can put their highly paid hires to work. Their deal-makers are the most productive among listed rivals, last year bringing in an estimated $10 million each in fees at Jefferies and $18 million at Evercore. To ensure this continues, Messrs. Handler and Weinberg had better keep those coffee cupboards full.
Culture.
The plushy craze. Suitable for all ages. Millennials and Gen Z are falling hard for soft toys.
It looked like a typical fish and chip shop. Apron chefs tended to frying baskets and wrapped orders in newspaper. But the catch of the day came with a catch of its own. At Selfridges, a department store in London, patrons were buying toys rather than trawl. Cuddly cod were garnished with fuzzy lemons and served with plushy peas. The cheapest item cost $25, twice the cost of an actual meal. Jellycat, the British brand behind the pop-up shop, invited everyone to play with their food. The world has gone soft for soft toys. On TikTok, videos tagged plushes featuring various stuffed creatures and objects have been viewed around 8 billion times. Stampedes have broken out at shops. The Jellycat pop-up required visitors to book a slot. La Boo Boo dolls, elfin figures in fluffy outfits made by Pop Mart, a Chinese toy company, are popular across Asia. Melissa Simmons of Sakana, a consumer insights firm, says that soft toys are the second largest category in the British toy market. Sales have increased by around 58% since 2021. The global market was worth almost $12 billion in 2023 and is expected to grow at an annual rate of 8% until 2030. So lucrative are these playthings that Warren Buffett bought the parent company of Squishmallow, an American purveyor of rotund stuffed animals, in 2022, calling it a money-making gem. It is not young kids driving the demand, but kidults, those aged 12 and over. Kidults now account for over a quarter of sales, and in 2023 surpassed preschoolers for the first time as the biggest age cohort for toys overall. The craze began during the pandemic as teenagers and young adults stuck at home amid a global upheaval sought succour in cute playthings. Lucy Dre, the owner of an online soft toy shop called Baby Beans, says that plushes bring people happiness and comfort, two states that can be quite hard to find in the world we live in. Pop psychologists on social media have also preached the benefits of reconnecting with your younger self. One influencer suggested that collecting luxury teddy bears was healing her inner child. And as many defer having children until their late 20s or early 30s, kidults have more money to splurge on themselves. Soft toys are an everyday indulgence. You can spend anywhere between $10 and $250 on a Squishmallow. Or, if you want a limited edition black cat, you can buy one on eBay for more than $1,500. Collectors are not put off by such steep prices. If anything, they only add to the allure. Like obtaining a concert ticket or a sports trading card, getting your hands on a rare plushie gives you bragging rights. Celebrity endorsements have heightened their desirability further. Kim Kardashian and Lady Gaga are avowed fans. Some will argue that the plushie craze is another sign of an infantilized generation, but trivial treasures have thrived in many eras. In the 1980s, it was Cabbage Patch Kids. In the 1990s, it was Beanie Babies. In due course, fading novelty could occur with specific toys, says Dave Neal of Cambridge University, who studies games. But I don't see it as possible for play more generally because it's so broad and varied. For the time being, plushes are staying put in bedrooms everywhere. When Paco the Salamander, a toy influencer, joked on TikTok that she was ready to grow up and get rid of her sizable plushie collection, her followers insisted that you're never too old to own them. For toy makers, it is all about the soft sell.
Britain.
Rolls-Royce cars. Driving up the price. Pushing the pedal on customisation.
A visit to Rolls-Royce's factory in Goodwood reminds you that Rolls is a car maker like no other. Set amid the lovely West Sussex countryside, it resembles a fancy hotel amid wildflower meadows, reed-fringed ponds and lime trees, with foliage trimmed into perfect cubes. The reaction of the maker of the world's swankiest cars to a dip in sales is also untypical. The firm revealed on January 8th that in 2024 it sold 5,712 cars, 320 fewer than in 2023. But is Chris Brownridge, the boss since late 2023, concerned? Absolutely not, he declares, noting that we don't see ourselves as a car company. Success for Rolls, which instead regards itself as a luxury goods firm, is measured on bespoke content, says Mr. Brownridge. These are the personal touches that customers can request to be added to their vehicles, from a coach line along the bodywork to hand-painted silk panels. Last year, the firm increased the value of such highly profitable features by an average of 10% per car, the most yet. That pushed the average price paid for a roller to around £500,000. That's $615,000. The rest of the car industry is catching up with Rolls. Even proletarian brands now differentiate themselves through the in-car experience, from mood lighting to elaborate infotainment systems, rather than the horsepower of an internal combustion engine, which is increasingly disappearing in favour of an electric motor. Where Rolls used to disdain performance figures as unspeakably vulgar, it would merely describe its car's capabilities as adequate, it now emphasises craftsmanship, while others boast about digitalisation. To that end, Rolls has a long list of options available through its dealers. Within the rear armrests, they may offer you a mini fridge and a pair of champagne flutes. A letter company will try to flog plastic cup holders. But the firm also encourages customers to visit Goodwood or 4 private offices in New York, America is its biggest market, Dubai, Seoul and Shanghai. There, customization can be taken to a new, even pricier level in consultation with the firm's army of designers. Rolls will say merely that hundreds of customers have done so. The ultra-rich may not be feeling the pinch quite as hard as buyers of lowlier luxuries, and British craftsmanship still has an appeal. Indeed, Rolls is the only car maker with a head of embroidery who will stitch intricate designs into interiors, such as the wildflower one customer took a liking to when out for a hike. The firm is especially proud of a phantom saloon modelled as a homage to the one driven by the villain in Goldfinger, an early James Bond film. Mr. Brownridge says he is more interested in increasing bespoke offerings than in lifting sales. An investment of £300 million to expand the factory next year will help this side of the business grow even faster, as well as provide more space to make yet more exclusive one-off cars that might fetch $30 million apiece. Ever discreet, Rolls does not reveal how much all this effort makes for BMW, its German owner, but for a jewel in the crown, it is a meaningful contribution, says Mr. Brownridge. And if you want a bejewelled crown added to your car, Rolls will surely oblige.
Culture.
Children's literature. Grimm's stuff. How unpleasant should children's books be? The Brothers Grimm, by Anne Schmiesing.
Once upon a time, there were 2 little boys who lived in a deep, dark forest. Their name was Grimm, and so was their life. Their father died, and their mother was poor. She slaughtered pigs, while their aunt castrated cocks with a knife. When the boys grew up, Napoleon invaded, and one brother travelled to war. He saw villages burned, girls raped, and piles of corpses so big the villagers could not bury them. But this story has a happily ever after, because when the boys grew up, they wrote down stories. They penned Snow White and Cinderella, and indeed the line happily ever after. There were hints of their life in their tales, though, as a new book by Anne Schmiesing, an academic, shows. For they also wrote a tale called How Some Children Played at Slaughtering. In it, one boy slits another's throat, his brother drowns in the bath, his mother hangs herself with guilt, his father dies of grief. A forgotten children's classic. This is a story about children's stories. It is about what stories should include sugar, spice, and all things nice, or frogs, snails, and incest, and how dark their telling should be. In the Grimm's day, the answer was Very. In these stories, fathers abuse daughters, Rapunzel falls pregnant, and Red Riding Hood is duped into bed. My, how hairy you are, Granny, and raped. In a Swiss telling of Snow White, the girl is a slut, the 7 dwarves are murdered, and their house is burnt down. Disney did not go with that version. This debate still matters now. Children's books cause conniptions. In Britain, Roald Dahl was edited to remove words such as fat, that to some modern eyes seemed objectionable, and, as Dahl might have put it, fizz-wiggling. In 2023, 17 American states tried to censor more than 100 books. There is a sort of tug-of-war through the history of children's writing between instruction and delight, says Sam Leith, author of The Haunted Wood, a book about children's literature. The debate is fraught partly because the stakes, and the sales, are high. The personal stakes are high too. Reading is dangerously independent. It offers children their first escape from their parents. Go into Narnia or Neverland or Wonderland, and you, like Lucy or Peter Pan or Alice, go alone. And what you see there will shape you. Forever after, you will know what lies behind the wardrobe door, furs and furs, what eating Turkish delight leads to, trouble, and what to do with bottles saying, "Drink me," don't. When Martin Amis, a British novelist, said that he would write a children's book only if he had a serious brain injury, he distilled centuries of disdain. Until the 18th century, there was no distinct children's literature. Though not everyone was so dismissive, John Locke argued that, since children's minds were as easily turned this or that way as water, books should be written specially for them to guide them. And sounding slightly less like Britain's foremost political philosopher, and slightly more like someone's 6-year-old, they should have as many pictures of animals as can be found. Publishing eventually caught up. The New England Primer, first published in the 17th century, promised young readers illustrated alphabets, a pleasant guide to reading, and an arguably muted idea of what constitutes pleasure. From its syllabic spelling guides, 3-syllable words offered holiness and godliness, to its illustrated alphabet, Y glumly informed readers that no youth we see from death is free. The tone was sober, though it did brighten for some 3- and 4-syllable words, drunkenness and fornication. By comparison, the arrival of the Grimms, with their slaughter, torture, and violent animal deaths, a wolf drowns, a hare dies an agonizing death, was almost larky. Though, as Ms. Schmiesing points out, their stories were not really intended for children. The Grimms were linguists, not novelists. Their aim was preservation, not entertainment. Industrialization had started to creep through the ancient forests of Germany, destroying habitats, species, and stories as it went. Narrative naturalists, they wanted to pluck Germany's native species of story from its fields and press them between the pages of their anthology before such tales went extinct. The aim might have been scholarly, but the result was an unexpected children's bestseller. Not everyone approved. Early readers complained about the darkness. Even the very structure of these stories was gloomy. The famous happily ever after ending alternated with the glummer, and if they haven't died, they're still alive. The Grimms responded briskly. Take the nasty bits away from children's books, and you may as well blindfold youngsters so they cannot see at all. A look at the bestseller chart shows that books that sell sweetness do well. One ever-popular title is Guess How Much I Love You, 1994, in which little Nut Brown Hare spends his days trying to tell Big Nut Brown Hare how much he loves him, and does not, alas, experience an agonizing death. The best-selling book in America in a recent 10-year period was not Shakespeare or even Dan Brown, but Dr. Seuss's Oh, the Places You'll Go. Silly scatological tomes, such as The Fart That Changed the World, are also in vogue. Children's literature has never been just for children. Adults happily read Harry Potter and Philip Pullman. All good children's writers know that they are writing for a double audience, says Cressida Cowell, a former children's laureate in Britain and the author of the How to Train Your Dragon series. There is the child being read to and the adult doing the reading. The very best children's books work on both levels. Fashions in children's literature tend to have great swerves, says Mr. Leith, followed by massive overcompensation. After a recent testy period, tensions have calmed a little. Attempts to censor books fell in America from January through August 2023. Penguin, after noisy complaints, reinstated the fizz-wiggling parts of Dahl. Children's books are certainly not as dark as they were in the Grimm's time. Incest sells less well these days, nor do they need to be. But perhaps more parents will crave books for their children that better balance dark and light, happily ever afters, with big, bad wolves.
Europe.
Spain. Remembering Franco's death. A controversial choice for a commemoration.
As historic turning points go, it was squalid. On November 20th, 1975, Francisco Franco, who had ruled Spain for almost 40 years, was declared dead, his body already rotting. That eventually ushered in a transition to democracy under King Juan Carlos. Today, most Spaniards give no thought to Franco. But Pedro Sánchez, the socialist prime minister, thinks they should. Not long after becoming prime minister in 2019, Mr. Sánchez organised the exhumation of Franco's remains from the Valley of the Fallen, the dictator's grandiose monument to his victory in the Spanish Civil War, and their reburial in a quiet cemetery. Many cheered. To commemorate the 50th anniversary of the dictator's death on January 8th, Mr. Sánchez launched a government plan that will see events in schools, universities and public places under the slogan Spain in Liberty. Officials note that polls find that a quarter of young Spanish men think that in some circumstances authoritarian government can be preferable to democracy. Those who sing the praises of authoritarianism want us to forget that Spain was governed by an autocratic and repressive minority, Mr. Sánchez said. Some question why the government has chosen to mark the dictator's death in his hospital bed rather than the arrival of democracy by commemorating, say, the 1977 election or the 1978 constitution. The Conservative Opposition People's Party, or PP, sees in that choice an attempt to divide Spaniards and a smokescreen to distract attention from corruption scandals. Mr. Sánchez knows that discussing the dictatorship makes the PP queasier than it should, partly because it looks over its shoulder at Vox, a hard-right party. But his critics argue that he is using the past to fight today's political battles. Precisely what the leaders of the transition renounced.
Leaders.
Herbert Kickl and the hard right. The Putinization of Central Europe. Austria could soon get its most extreme chancellor since the 1940s.
How concerned should Europe be at the rise of Herbert Kickl, the leader of Austria's hard-right Freedom Party, the FPO? Following the collapse of attempts by the country's centrist politicians to keep him out of power after his party came top at an election last September, though with only 29% of the vote, Mr. Kickl now seems likely to become Chancellor. The FPO has been in government before as a junior partner. This time, it looks as though Mr. Kickle will get the top job. That is bad news for the country. He has called for a fortress Austria, free from asylum seekers, and employs rhetoric with Nazi overtones. And it consolidates a worrying pattern of Russia sympathisers gaining power across Central Europe. Mr. Kickle may not get everything he wants from a coalition. With only 31% of the seats in Parliament, he now hopes to form a government with the support of the centre-right People's Party, the OVP, which refused to go into coalition under his leadership until its attempts to construct an alternative failed. It is now up to the OVP to see if a coalition agreement can be struck. The hope is that some of Mr. Kickle's more extreme positions can be negotiated away. If not, the OVP should refuse to go into government with him. That would probably prompt a fresh election in which the Freedom Party, polls suggest, would do even better. But that may shock the centrist parties, who would still together have more votes, into trying once again to form a moderate governing coalition. One possible conclusion is that Mr. Kickle's elevation is a harbinger of far-right advances in Germany, which faces an election in February. In fact, the two countries are very different. The FPO has taken part in 5 national governments, the first as far back as 1983, and in many more state ones. The hard-right Alternative for Germany, or AfD, which polling suggests is on for its best-ever national election result of around 20%, has never been included in any federal or state government, and the firewall that excludes it shows no sign of breaking. The AfD came top in the election in the state of Thuringia in 2024, but the other parties kept it out of power. The real worry is that Austria exemplifies the Putinization of Central Europe. First came Viktor Orbán, the strongman of Hungary. Mr. Orbán has repeatedly delayed, though not successfully blocked, European sanctions on Russia, refuses to let weapons destined for Ukraine pass through Hungary, and denounces Brussels and pro-democracy outfits like George Soros's Open Society Foundation. He has a like-minded neighbour in Robert Fico, Prime Minister of Slovakia, and later this year Andrej Babiš, another Eurosceptical pro-Russian, could return to power in the Czech Republic. The parties are already discussing how to maximise their collective influence. It does not help that, under the hard right, corruption may well flourish. The contrast with those former Soviet bloc countries on or near the front line of Russia's war is striking. Poland and the Baltic states see Vladimir Putin for exactly what he is, a murderous revanchist who invades his neighbours, sabotages infrastructure across Europe, and interferes with democratic elections everywhere. Those a little farther away seem content to gloss over his enormities and to applaud him instead as a defender of traditional values and a rival to Western institutions in which they do not quite sit comfortably. Mr. Kickle's FPO, for instance, is an official sister party to Mr. Putin's United Russia. Austria is a small country of 9 million. It is not a member of NATO. The drift to the hard right there matters a lot less than it would in France or Germany, but it still matters. As Donald Trump prepares to take office and the war in Ukraine enters its 4th year, European unity is needed more than ever. Another leader bent on fighting Brussels and opposing collective action in the face of autocracy will delight only the autocrats.
United States.
Weapons. Against expensive excellence. The US Army needs less good, cheaper drones. So what's stopping it?
In Ukraine, both sides are deploying millions of low-cost drones which play a role in combat as both scouts and weapons. The US Army, long considered a leader in this field, has been following events in Ukraine closely. But the Pentagon is acquiring only small numbers of drones at high cost. Why are American drones so expensive, and can prices be brought down? A typical FPV, or first-person view, attack drone costs Ukraine's army less than $500. Based on racing quadcopters, these are typically made by small suppliers. Some are assembled at kitchen tables through a government initiative, which shows people how to make drones at home. Though rough and ready, they can knock out a Russian tank, artillery piece, or bunker from several miles away. The nearest American equivalent is the Marine Corps new Bolt M, made by Anduril. This is a slicker, more polished quadcopter with more onboard intelligence and requiring less operator skill, but it performs the same basic task of hitting a target with a 1.5 kilogram warhead. The cost, though, is low tens of thousands of dollars. The similar Rogue One comes in at an eye-watering $94,000 apiece. In Ukraine, FPVs are so numerous that 2 or more may pursue each Russian foot soldier. The US cannot issue drones quite so lavishly when each costs as much as a sports car. Critics accuse American companies of gold plating, adding unnecessary expenses to push prices up, or of excessive profits. Certainly there have been cases of gross overcharging, such as when the Pentagon bought hammers for $48 apiece, when the same hammers cost $9 from another supplier. But the situation with drones is more complicated. One issue is sourcing. Ukrainian drones are typically assembled from cheap components made in China. The Pentagon has banned its forces from acquiring Chinese drones, both because it worries about security and because it does not want its supply chain to be controlled by a potential future adversary. Higher specifications also quickly push prices up. Most Ukrainian drones only have daylight cameras. A few are fitted with thermal imagers for night operations, which add hundreds of dollars to the price. All American military drones come with far more expensive high-resolution imagers. For reconnaissance, Ukrainian operators typically use the Chinese DJI Mavic 3 Pro, which sells for around $3,000. The US Army's new short-range reconnaissance quadcopter will carry out similar missions. The current version costs around $20,000. The difference is partly accounted for by the need to meet US military requirements, such as resistance to shock and vibration, extreme temperatures and radio interference. New capabilities, including better GPS, higher resolution thermal imaging, automated target tracking and obstacle avoidance, are pushing the price up to around $40,000. Experience suggests this type of cost spiral keeps going, and the more expensive such drones become, the less expendable and less useful they are. And while Ukraine maintains a fleet of about 40,000 reconnaissance quadcopters, the Pentagon is acquiring about 1,000 a year, so economies of scale are not kicking in. Chinese drone maker DJI has dominated the consumer drone market since the 2010s and produces several million drones each year. In the 2010s, commercial drone makers were forced out of business in America or into supplying the niche market for government drones. Teal and Skydio, which supply the US Army reconnaissance drones, both followed this route. George Matus, the boss of Teal, believes America needs to build up its drone infrastructure. An ecosystem of companies making flight controllers, the brains of the drone, cameras, communications and other components could enable drone manufacture at prices and quantities to rival China. Mr. Matus believes this could all be achieved for the cost of a single high-tech jet fighter. Some companies are also drawing on alternate supply chains in Europe and Taiwan. Since 2023, a Pentagon initiative called Replicator has been exploring how to produce large numbers of small drones rapidly at low cost and how to learn from the Ukrainian experience. Replicator faces a deeply entrenched culture of expensive excellence. The American way has been to make world-beating systems like the F-35 fighter jet and the M1 Abrams tank, regardless of cost. Making good enough hardware in bulk is a departure which faces resistance. In June, Replicator announced a contract to buy Switchblade loitering munitions, exactly the sort of expensive legacy drones that it was expected to replace. Russia's drone industry is ramping up. Vladimir Putin estimated Russia would make 1.4 million drones in 2024. Meanwhile, China has reportedly placed an order for almost 1 million attack drones from one supplier. Some experts dispute this. The low cost of this technology and the fact that drones and their components can be bought easily mean the technology is rapidly proliferating. Small drones played an important role in aiding Syria's rebel offensive in December, for instance. Elon Musk, the tycoon tapped by Donald Trump to find government savings, has drawn attention to the wastefulness of America spending $100 million on a manned jet in lieu of cheap, expendable drones. In truth, the two platforms perform wildly different tasks, but unless the Pentagon succeeds in rebalancing its arsenal, America could be heavily outdroned in any future conflict.
Leaders.
Africa needs a capitalist revolution. The world's poorest continent should embrace its least fashionable idea.
In the coming years, Africa will become more important than at any time in the modern era. Over the next decade, its share of the world's population is expected to reach 21%, up from 13% in 2000, 9% in 1950, and 11% in 1800. As the rest of the world ages, Africa will become a crucial source of labour. More than half the young people entering the global workforce in 2030 will be African. This is a great opportunity for the poorest continent. But if its 54 countries are to seize it, they will have to do something exceptional. Break with their own past and with the dismal statist orthodoxy that now grips much of the world. Africa's leaders will have to embrace business, growth and free markets. They will need to unleash a capitalist revolution. If you follow Africa from afar, you will be aware of some of its troubles, such as the devastating civil war in Sudan, and some of its bright spots, such as the global hunger for Afrobeats. Streams on Spotify rose by 34% in 2024. Less easy to make out is the shocking economic reality documented in our special report this week, and which we call the Africa Gap. In the past decade, as America, Europe and Asia have been transformed by technology and politics, Africa has, largely unnoticed, slipped further behind. Income per person has fallen from a third of that in the rest of the world in 2000 to a quarter. Output per head may be no higher in 2026 than it was in 2015. Two giants, Nigeria and South Africa, have done atrociously. Only a few countries, such as Ivory Coast and Rwanda, have bucked the trend. Behind those figures lies a depressing record of stagnant productivity. African countries are experiencing disruption without development. They are going through social upheavals as people move from farms to cities, but without accompanying agricultural or industrial revolutions. Services, wherever more Africans find work, are less productive than in any other region, and barely more productive than in 2010. Poor infrastructure does not help. For all the talk of using digital technology and clean energy to leapfrog ahead, Africa lacks the 20th century kit needed to thrive in the 21st. Its road density has probably fallen. Less than 4% of farmland is irrigated, and almost half of sub-Saharan Africans lack electricity. The problem also has another underappreciated dimension. Africa is a corporate desert. In the past 20 years, Brazil has spawned fintech giants and Indonesia e-commerce stars, while India has incubated one of the world's most vibrant corporate ecosystems. But not Africa. It has fewer firms with at least $1 billion in revenues than any other region, and since 2015, the number looks to have declined. The problem is not risk so much as the fragmented and complex markets created by all the continent's borders. For investors, Africa's balkanized stock exchanges are an afterthought. Africa accounts for 3% of world GDP, but attracts less than 1% of its private capital. What should Africa's leaders do? A starting point is to ditch decades of bad ideas. These range from mimicking the worst of Chinese state capitalism, whose shortcomings are on full display, to defeatism over the future of manufacturing in the age of automation, to copying and pasting proposals by World Bank technocrats. The earnest advice of American billionaires on micro-policies, from deploying mosquito nets to designing solar panels, is welcome, but no substitute for creating the conditions that would allow African businesses to thrive and expand. There is a dangerous strand of development thinking that suggests growth cannot alleviate poverty or does not matter at all, so long as there are efforts to curb disease, feed children, and mitigate extreme weather. In fact, in almost all circumstances, faster growth is the best way to cut poverty and ensure that countries have the resources to deal with climate change. So African leaders should get serious about growth. They should embrace the self-confident spirit of modernization seen in East Asia in the 20th century, and today in India and elsewhere. A few African countries, such as Botswana, Ethiopia, and Mauritius, have at different times struck what Stefan Durkin, a scholar, calls development bargains, a tacit pact among the elite that politics is about increasing the size of the economy, not just a fight to divvy up who gets what. More of those elite deals are needed. At the same time, governments should build a political consensus in favour of growth. The good news is that powerful constituencies are keen on economic dynamism. A new generation of Africans, born several decades after independence, care a lot more about their careers than they do about colonialism. Narrowing the Africa gap calls for new social attitudes towards business, similar to those that unleashed growth in China and India. Instead of fetishizing government jobs or small enterprises, Africans could do with more risk-taking tycoons. Individual countries need much more infrastructure, from ports to power, more freewheeling competition, and vastly better schools. Another essential task is to integrate African markets so that firms can achieve greater economies of scale and attain an absolute size big enough to attract global investors. That means advancing plans for visa-free travel areas, integrating capital markets, plugging together data networks, and finally realizing the dream of a pan-African free trade area. The consequences for Africa of simply carrying on as usual would be dire. If the Africa gap gets bigger, Africans will make up nearly all of the world's very poor, including the most vulnerable to climate change. That would be a moral disaster. It would also, through migration flows and political volatility, threaten the stability of the rest of the world. But there is no reason to catastrophize or give up hope. If other continents can prosper, so can Africa. It is time its leaders discovered a sense of ambition and optimism. Africa does not require saving. It needs less paternalism, complacency, and corruption, and more capitalism.
Britain.
Sexual strangulation. Dangerous liaisons. A survey suggests a risky practice is more common than you might think.
I'm vanilla, baby. I'll choke you, but I ain't no killer, baby, raps Jack Harlow on his #1 hit from 2023, Lovin' on Me. According to a survey of over 2,000 people published in December by the Institute for Addressing Strangulation, or IFAS, a charity, more than 1 in 3 Britons aged between 16 and 34 have been strangled during consensual sex on at least one occasion. IFAS was established with Home Office funding in 2022 when non-fatal strangulation was made a distinct offence in England and Wales. Previously, crimes involving strangulation were often charged as common assault, a category that also covered simply shaking a fist at someone or using threatening words. Despite the perils, sexual strangulation, or choking by its friendlier name, appears to be widespread. It refers to the obstruction or compression of airways and blood vessels in the neck by external pressure, usually a hand. Starving the brain of oxygen is known to induce feelings of euphoria. A survey in Australia found that most first encountered such strangulation in online porn. The IFAS survey probed the quality of consent. It found that only half of those who said they had experienced strangulation had always agreed to it beforehand. 17% said they had never agreed to it. For consent to be genuine, it must also be informed. Yet the dangers are not widely known. The oxygen deprivation from even modest pressure to the neck can lead to brain injury. Damage to blood vessels in the throat can cause clotting and, ultimately, a stroke, weeks or months later. A meta-study in 2020 suggested that strangulation may be the second most common cause of stroke in British women under 40. Data are, unsurprisingly, scarce. In 2019, a BBC survey of over 2,000 women aged 18 to 39 found that more than 1/3 had experienced unwanted strangling, slapping, gagging, or spitting during sex. According to one study, women who are non-consensually strangled face a 7-fold increase in the odds of being murdered by their partner. Victims now have better recourse to the law, at least on paper. A strangulation case typically takes about 3 years to get to court. Campaigners say their work has just begun. Although they raised the alarm about sexual strangulation several years ago, the IFAS survey is the first major British study on its prevalence. IFAS wants to conduct more detailed research and, like the recent Breathless campaign in Australia, raise awareness of the practice's risks among those likely to experience it. But that will take money. And despite the Labour government's pledge to halve violence against women within a decade, cash can be in short supply.
Asia.
Religion in India. Saints and sinners. What a 472-year-old corpse reveals about India.
Some bow, others halt in their tracks, but every person in the queue reaches out, palm open, to touch the glass-panelled casket, supplicating before the body and spirit of St. Francis Xavier. Reverence for departed religious figures is not uncommon. What is unusual is that the body of St. Francis Xavier is 472 years old. Roughly once a decade, the Archdiocese of Goa organises an exposition of his relics. This is the 18th exposition since 1752, which ended on January 5th. Nearly 8 million pilgrims visited it. That is double the number of visitors who came last time, says Father Barry Cardozo. Christians, Hindus, Muslims and others asked for the saint's grace. Born in Spain, St. Francis Xavier was the most influential member of the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuits, second only to Ignatius of Loyola, its founder. He arrived in Goa in 1542 and spent the next 10 years evangelizing in India, Malacca and Japan. On his way to China in 1552, he contracted a fever, died, and was buried on the island of Shangchuan. His grave was opened on 2 occasions, once for transfer of his remains to Malacca and again some months later. Both times the body was found to be miraculously preserved. He was brought to Goa in 1554 and canonized in 1622. Today, St. Francis Xavier is the patron of Goa. His feast day on December 3rd is a public holiday. He is beloved by locals and is known as Goencho Sahib, or the protector of Goa. But his influence extends further. In the age of empire, every year a sizable number of Jesuits would write to the superior general in Rome, the leader of the Jesuits, asking to be sent to India, says Father Charles Borges, a historian at Loyola University in Maryland. The only reason given was Francis Xavier. Jesuits in India spread agricultural knowledge, popularized the printing press, and set up schools. The most recent census in 2011 found that 2.3% of Indians are Christians, roughly 32 million people today, or half an Italy. Yet they have been increasingly targeted by Hindu nationalist groups, sometimes violently. In Goa last year, a local group installed Hindu idols outside a Goan church, claiming that it had been built on the site of a raised temple. In October, a former senior member of a prominent Hindu group caused a fuss by demanding a DNA test of Francis Xavier's relics. Right-wingers portray him as a tormentor of Hindus for his role in the Goa Inquisition. It is undeniable that the Inquisition was particularly bloody. But if, for 450 years, nothing happened, why now? Asks Mario Montero, who has attended every exposition since 1984. Today, Francis Xavier is a symbol of Goa's and India's syncretism. That is the true target of the new holy warriors.
United States.
Reptile news. Snakes on a list. When treating snake bites, American hospitals turn to zoos.
At Space Farms, a family-owned zoo and museum in rural New Jersey, Parker Space keeps African puff adders, cobras, copperheads, rat snakes, pythons, boa constrictors, a bunch of cottonmouth moccasins, and eastern Massasauga rattlesnakes. I've been slinging a rattlesnake since I was 12, says Mr. Space, who is also a Republican state senator. On December 30th, aged 56, he sustained his first bite. His local hospital injected 14 vials of antivenom, but his bitten hand remained stubbornly swollen. So he was flown to the Bronx, where snakebite specialists and exotic snake antivenoms abound. The Jacobi Medical Center is a short drive from the Bronx Zoo. The hospital's toxicologists, working in a dedicated snakebite unit, are experienced. Given that just 7,000 to 8,000 people in America sustain venomous snake bites annually, most physicians are not. They also have easy access to the Bronx Zoo's impressive collection of antivenom, which it stocks for all of the species in its reptile house, plus more. That policy can be traced back to 1916, when a zookeeper survived a rattlesnake bite with an experimental antivenom supplied by an expert from Brazil, who happened to be travelling through New York. There is no reason why the men who work in the reptile house should be in danger of death every time a poisonous snake goes bad, declared Raymond Ditmars, the zoo's first reptile curator. In modern history, however, no Bronx Zoo employees have required the antivenom, according to Kevin Torregrossa, the current curator. Instead, it is being doled out most often to pet owners. The Bronx Zoo is a one-stop shop for patients in the northeast, says Mr. Torregrossa, and in fact the system is replicated across the country. Most hospitals stock 2 brands of antivenom, which are federally approved and work against indigenous snakes. But a run-in with a black mamba or king cobra prompts a call to a regional poison control centre, which consults an index of antivenoms in stock at accredited zoos. Niche antivenoms are classed as investigational new drugs, and zoos pay for permits to import and store them. Leslie Boyer of the University of Arizona, who helped organise the index, says that a poison control call is often routed to a zookeeper's private number.
The Americas.
Spanish investment. Turning off the tap. Why Spanish firms have cooled towards Latin America.
Few economies performed as well as Spain's in 2024. Latin America's investment promotion agencies might have been expecting an influx of euros from the Iberian Peninsula, with the rising profits of Spanish firms spilling into Latin America as investors expand in markets that are culturally and linguistically familiar. No such luck. Spanish investment into almost every country in Latin America plummeted in 2024, according to Data Invex, an arm of the Spanish Trade Ministry that tracks foreign direct investment, or FDI. Some 2.2 billion euros, that's $2.3 billion, poured into Brazil from Spain in 2023, but in the first 9 months of 2024, a measly 446 million euros arrived. Spanish investment in Chile, often measured in billions, was worth just 235 million euros in the same period. Other countries, which usually get hefty Spanish investment, saw a similar trend, including Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. Mexico is the exception. Spanish investment broke 2.6 billion euros in the first 9 months of 2024, on track to double the 2023 total. Its potential as a non-Chinese manufacturing base from which to serve the market in the United States explains the surge. Lourdes Casanova of Cornell University says Spain no longer views Latin America as a land of opportunity. The region's growth has been disappointing. High inflation has suppressed disposable incomes. As Spanish firms mainly operate in Latin America's service sectors, they are particularly sensitive to income trends. Depressed real wages, stubborn unemployment, and persistent inequality do not inspire confidence in the region's market potential. And even when firms make profits, most Latin American currencies are weak, so this money has less of an impact when calculated in euro-denominated company accounts in Spain. Messy politics has not helped. Ties between Spain and Argentina have been strained since May, when Argentina's president, Javier Milei, called the wife of Spain's Prime Minister, Pedro Sánchez, corrupt. Spain withdrew its ambassador from Buenos Aires in response. The post was vacant for 5 months before Spain grudgingly reinstated its ambassador in late October. Such spats do not necessarily curb investment, but they are not useful. In 2024, after 25 years of negotiations, a free trade agreement between South America's Mercosur trading bloc and the EU was at last signed by all parties. But the EU must still ratify it, and that is not a certainty. If money were pouring into Latin America from other places, Spanish reticence would be less troubling. China has been an important source of FDI in the region, but this is aggravating relations with the United States. Donald Trump, its president-elect, will probably toughen the country's stance towards Chinese investment in countries that then sell products on to the United States. Latin America risks getting caught in the crossfire. The new apathy of Spanish firms leaves the region particularly exposed.
International.
The last hurrah. Aging disgracefully. People over the age of 55 are the new problem generation.
The words retirement community summon up images of easy chairs, overcooked food and endless daytime TV. Latitude Margaritaville, a community being built near Hilton Head Island in South Carolina, quickly disabuses these. There was a toga party this past weekend, says Lynette, a resident. There was a live band and it was a riot. Barbie, another of the community's ambassadors, residents employed by the developers to help sell it to potential newcomers, compares living there to starting college all over again. There are, she says, drinks on the driveway, cocktails on the concrete. If Margaritaville's residents are representative of their age cohort, there'll be a lot more to the toga parties than fancy dress. Whereas young people in rich countries these days are addicted to their phones, more anxious than previous generations and far less likely than them to use mind-altering substances or to party recklessly, their grandparents belong to a generation that experimented with sex, drugs and rock and roll. As they reach older age, they're not giving up their old habits. Among those for whom time's winged chariot is hurrying a little nearer, drug and alcohol use and abuse have surged. And since many have also long since struck coyness from the statute books, sexually transmitted diseases are also spreading. The prevalence of gonorrhea, to name but one, among Americans aged 55 and up has increased by more than 6 times since 2010. Today, older adults are more likely to participate in the hookup culture of casual encounters and condomless sex, which might be further encouraged by the availability of drugs for sexual dysfunction, the commonality of living in retirement communities, and the increased use of dating apps for seniors, noted Janie Steckenrider in a paper in The Lancet. Similar increases are evident elsewhere, though in the 4 years to 2023 the number of new syphilis infections among young adults in England fell slightly. Cases in those over the age of 65 grew by 31%. That's despite it having already shot up in the previous 5 years. Happily, this trend doesn't apply to HIV, the number of new infections of which is falling globally. In the past, revolutionary and reckless youth worried politicians. These days, the oldest strain public services wreak havoc on national politics and account for a growing share of social problems. Elderly revellers are numerous. The number of people over 65 is growing across the rich world. In Britain, they're more than 1/5 of the population. And they want to have fun. In a way, those over the age of 55 but under the age of 75, roughly speaking the baby boomers and some of what's referred to as Generation X, are the new problem generation. What makes them so reckless? For one thing, there's the attitudes to drink, drugs and sex. In the 2 decades to 2023, the proportion of people aged 18 to 34 in America who ever have occasion to use alcoholic beverages declined from 72% to 62%, according to Gallup, a pollster. Yet among those over 55, alcohol use increased to 59% from 49%. Similar trends are visible almost anywhere you look across the rich world. While younger Australians are drinking at less risky levels, there's been a significant increase in risky drinking by older Australians, reported the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, an Australian charity, in 2022. Such has been the shift that older Australians are now more likely to drink at dangerous levels than people in general. In France, alcohol consumption has dipped among all groups in recent years, but it's the young who are forsaking it the most. There's a loss of wine transmission within families, complained Bernard Farge, the head of France's wine producers industry group, in an interview with Les Echos, a financial newspaper. What applied to alcohol also applies to other mind-altering substances. In America, cannabis use has risen sharply among older cohorts, perhaps unsurprisingly, given that it's now legal in a majority of states, and the baby boomer generation used cannabis the most when they were young. Both Barack Obama, a member of a high school choom gang, and more recently Kamala Harris have admitted extensive youthful use. But the trend is almost as dramatic elsewhere. In Spain, the the share of people aged 55 to 64 who report having used cocaine in the past year has increased 8-fold in 15 years. In England, people well into their 50s are getting back on it like they used to at festivals, says Fiona Measham, an academic at the University of Liverpool who studies drug and alcohol use. Then there's sex. Divorce rates in the rich world are generally falling, in large part because far fewer people are getting married in the first place, and those who do tend to wait until they've found a good match. But they are rising among pensioners. In 2022, more Japanese couples divorced after at least 20 years of marriage than ever before, even though the rates have declined among younger groups. More than 1 in 4 Americans over the age of 60 live alone. That does not, however, necessarily mean that they're having less sex. One study from the Netherlands found that the percentage of people over the age of 75 who report being sexually active leapt from 16% in 2014 to 27% less than a decade later. The behaviour of the boomers stands in striking contrast to that of their children, who are proving surprisingly tranquil. But this is a generation that has always been chaotic. On both sides of the Atlantic, the baby boomers and then Generation X were born to parents who had rushed out of war and into prosperity in the 1950s and 1960s, marrying young, having children early, and raising them with a bare minimum of attention. They grew up breathing the fumes of leaded petrol, long associated with impulsive behaviour, and watching social mores collapse. They had access to contraception, abortion, and pop music. More subtle trends may also be in play. For a start, those retiring today are far richer than in the past. In 1993, just over half of people over the age of 65 in Britain owned their homes outright. Now, 3/4 do. Second, they now have fewer responsibilities. From the 1970s onwards, as female participation in the labour market increased, grandparents took on more childcare. But in the past decade, birth rates have plunged, meaning more older people have no children or grandchildren at all. And those who do may be expected to do less now than in the past. Paid-for childcare has expanded, and in some countries the government provides subsidised nursery places. In the Netherlands, for example, just 2% of grandparents report having to do intensive childcare. That leaves more time for boozing. What are the consequences of all this? When youthful excess is rising, it's often seen as a symbol of social decline. Fewer people worry about their ageing parents being wreckheads than the other way round. Similarly, government surveys of drinking, gambling, smoking and the education campaigns intended to stop it focus on youth. America's Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which surveys drug use in that country, splits its studies into 2 groups, under 25s and the rest. But in fact, as viewers of Shameless, a TV show set in Chicago, though based on a British show, about a middle-aged drunk can plainly see, the carefree life comes at a cost, for individuals and for society at large. Newly single old people, perhaps those attending the toga parties at Margaritaville, may need to be reminded, or perhaps even told for the first time, how easily infections can spread. Folks are connecting in loving relationships and, quite honestly, in hookups, says Imara Kennedy of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, a charity which recently launched an advertising campaign encouraging older people to get tested for HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases. Middle-aged drug-taking has consequences too. In England and Wales, deaths of people over 50 made up more than 1/3 of all drug misuse deaths in 2022, up from just 13% 2 decades before. Many of those dying come from a thinning cohort of ageing heroin addicts who've been using for decades. But not all. Deaths caused by cocaine are now far more numerous among the old than among the young. No fewer than 38 people over the age of 50 died from overdosing on ecstasy, a drug usually associated with teenage rave culture, in the 4 years to 2022. Ms Measham from the University of Liverpool also runs a charity that provides testing kits for people to make sure their illegal drugs are not contaminated. She says older ravers are often less careful than the young. Younger people are seeking information or advice, she says. Older people clearly don't think they need to. Infection and early death are only some of the more obvious problems. A minority of the reckless old are causing more direct mischief themselves. They make up a growing proportion of people arrested and convicted of crimes. It's well known that America's prisons are increasingly full of older inmates. What's less well understood is that this isn't entirely due to inmates aging inside. Older people make up a larger share of newly convicted criminals these days too. From 1992 to 2022, among men arrested, the share over the age of 50 tripled, from 5% to 15%, according to data from the FBI. In absolute terms, the number increased by nearly 40%, even as arrests of other age groups tumbled. Similar trends are seen in other countries. Older folks seem in some ways more prone to political violence too. A generation ago, the idea of pensioners rampaging was laughable. But when anti-immigration riots broke out across England in August 2024, one of those arrested in Liverpool was William Nelson Morgan, a 69-year-old grandfather. At his court hearing, it was recounted that he shouted at officers arresting him, "I'm fucking 70!" The police officer retorted, "Well, why are you at a fucking riot?" Similarly, of those arrested and charged after the riots in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, almost half were older than 40, and the oldest was 81. Of the women arrested, a smaller number, fully a third were in their 50s, far outnumbering any other age group. Perhaps this is because baby boomers tend to be an unhappy lot. Surveys suggest that they're more pessimistic about the future than the young almost everywhere. People have always grown more pessimistic as they age, yet there's reason to think this generation is especially, and weirdly, glum. A study by Pew, a think tank, published a decade ago found that when it comes to quality of life assessments, data suggests the boomers generally have been downbeat compared with other age groups for the past 2 decades. The more recent data don't seem to mark improvements. Moreover, some rather harder data suggest the baby boomers, and Gen X, are in essence miserable generations. British figures show, for example, that in the decade to 2023, suicide rates rose sharply for those aged 45 to 65, while falling for those older and younger. Clearly, not everyone is thriving in old age. Although baby boomers are doing financially well in aggregate, they own half of the wealth in America, according to the Federal Reserve. Many are feeling a pinch. People over 60 in America account for more than a quarter of foreclosures, up from just 1 in 10 20 years ago. And there's been a similar rise in bankruptcies, data from the New York Fed show. All of those divorces are expensive. And the flip side of having to do less babysitting of grandchildren is that there are fewer youngsters around to help keep grandma and grandpa company. Isolated and lonely older adults have longer stays in hospitals, as well as higher emergency hospitalisation and rehospitalisation rates, and are more likely to be admitted earlier into residential or nursing care, reported a study published by the European Centre for Social Welfare Policy and Research, a Vienna-based think tank, in 2022. It's all enough to make one turn to drink. When Jimmy Buffett wrote Margaritaville in 1977, he was just 31. It seems fair to say he couldn't have realised what he was setting in motion. The song is a bittersweet lament for the life of a beach bum, helped along by alcohol. But there's booze in the blender, and soon it will render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Buffett died in 2023 at the age of 76. Today, though, Margaritaville is a real place. Or many of them. It's a chain of bars, a holiday resort, and now, most pertinently, it's a group of 3 retirement communities. There are 2 in Florida, as well as the one in South Carolina. It's a place that perhaps best represents the ambitions of the baby boomer generation in retirement. For most of the post-war period, crime, alcoholism, drugs and pregnancy were all rising among the young. And then, at some point, it stopped. The generations now aging disgracefully were disgraceful in youth and in middle age. If they're behaving badly now, there's really not much to be done about it. If they choose to frolic at toga parties, no one will stop them. Except ultimately, time.
Finance and economics.
The incoming administration. Swords at the ready. Conservative mainstreamers, American firsters, and tech tycoons. Donald Trump has established an economic team of rare breadth. Who will come out on top?
To get a full sense of the disruptive potential of Donald Trump's economic agenda, look beyond the limelight hogged by Elon Musk to the wider cast of characters in the president-elect's orbit. Russ Vought, a budget director, promises to break the bureaucracy to the presidential will. Peter Navarro, a trade advisor, muses about cancelling America's trade deal with Canada and Mexico. Andrew Ferguson, an antitrust official, rails against big tech firms for suppressing dissident speech. These are just a few of the voices in the universe of people who will shape Trumponomics. Presidents normally have an assortment of officials and advisers contributing to their economic team. In Mr. Trump's case, though, the team is unusually large, stretching from business magnates to academic iconoclasts. How do they fit together? And how will they seek to reshape the American economy? It's useful to divide Mr. Trump's acolytes into three groups: conservative mainstreamers, America firsters, and tech tycoons. In many cases, there's overlap. Most agree that America needs fewer regulations, smaller government, lower taxes, less immigration, and a tougher stance on foreign opponents. Virtually all bring extensive experience, whether in government or the private sector, to the table. But their priorities and prescriptions vary widely. Supporters of Mr. Trump believe that, when refracted through his Oval Office, these disagreements will make for better decisions. If managed poorly, they could just as easily lead to chaotic governance. As in Mr. Trump's first administration, conservative mainstreamers hold a clutch of prominent offices. They can be expected to counter the most extreme protectionist impulses that course through Trumponomics. Scott Bessent, a hedge fund manager, is due to run Treasury. Kevin Hassett, a respected economist and senior advisor in Mr. Trump's first term, will lead the National Economic Council, or NEC. Howard Lutnick, chief executive of Cantor Fitzgerald, a broker and investment bank, has been nominated as Commerce Secretary. And Doug Burgum, former governor of North Dakota and a serial entrepreneur, will lead the Interior Department. Investors and diplomats alike breathed a sigh of relief at these appointments, especially after Mr. Trump's more controversial nominees for positions such as Defense Secretary and Attorney General. He has kept the clown car away from the economy, is how one diplomat in Washington, D.C. puts it. There are echoes with the moderating roles played in the first Trump administration by Steven Mnuchin as Treasury Secretary and Gary Cohn in the NEC, both alumni of Goldman Sachs, a bank. But the mainstreamers appear more willing to go along with Mr. Trump's agenda this time around. Mr. Hassett has said that 10% universal tariffs would deliver pretty significant benefits for America, helping to onshore global production. Mr. Bessent, for his part, has talked about tariffs as a negotiating position, implying that he sees value in such levies, even if not as an end in themselves. Mr. Lutnick, a man with brawler instincts, has gone even further. You've got to tariff the rest of the world. Keep them the heck out. Bring the manufacturing back here, he said in an interview before the election. Even so, investors are still counting on the mainstreamers to sand down the roughest edges of Trumponomics. The challenge for Mr. Bessent, in particular, will be to push back against tariffs without undermining his own standing. He'll need to channel the market to make it look like the opposition is coming from the market, not from himself, says a former Trump advisor. America Firsters represent the backbone of Trumponomics. Their goal of maintaining American dominance of the global order has been Mr. Trump's guiding principle since entering national politics a decade ago. And unlike during his first term, where there was a scramble to staff his administration, which brought in many officials who didn't share Mr. Trump's views, most this time have been vetted for ideological fealty. That makes the America Firsters a more formidable group now, from the high priests leading the way to the wonks implementing their vision. Their supremo is Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House, where he'll be responsible for policy. In Mr. Trump's first term, Mr. Miller was best known as a hardline advisor on immigration, helping to craft controversial rules that separated parents from children. Mr. Miller will again spearhead a crackdown on immigration, which may end up having a greater impact on the economy than any other element of Trumponomics. But he'll also have a broader role. After leaving office, Mr. Miller established the America First Legal Foundation to fight what many conservatives see as overreach of the administrative state. During the election campaign, he was a loud defender of tariffs, endorsing a strategy of using them as a tax on imports while cutting taxes on made-in-America production. And he's got into the weeds of legislative strategy. He's called for a phased approach, pushing for an immigration package within Mr. Trump's first month in office before moving on to a tax bill. Some Republican representatives fear the two-step plan will drain momentum for tax cuts, but Mr. Miller is in the driving seat. He'll be able to rely on his ally, Vince Haley, to help push things forward as Director of the Domestic Policy Council, a post that oversees all departments. Absent from Mr. Trump's administration, to the surprise of many, is Robert Lighthizer, architect of his first-term trade war with China. An advisor involved in the transition says that shouldn't be read as a weakening of Mr. Trump's desire to use tariffs against China and other countries. Jameson Greer, a protégé of Mr. Lighthizer, will be the country's trade representative. Before the election, Mr. Greer called on Congress to revoke China's status of permanent normal trading relations with America, a move that would cement higher tariffs and signal that decoupling from China is the new normal. Trump likes Lighthizer, and I'm sure at some point he'll be back in, says Stephen Moore, an economic advisor to the president-elect. One America Firster making a triumphant return to the White House is Peter Navarro, again in a role advising Mr. Trump on trade and manufacturing. An ornery former academic, Mr. Navarro was often a one-man team in Mr. Trump's White House, sidelined from major trade talks. But insiders say he remains deeply trusted by Mr. Trump, not least because he spent time in prison for refusing to testify to Congress about the riot of January 6, 2021. He remains one of the staunchest proponents of extensive tariffs. For the actual delivery of Trumponomics, the pivotal actor may well be Russ Vought, who's been nominated as Director of the Office of Management and Budget. In normal times, the OMB has a claim to being the most powerful agency in Washington, since it coordinates the president's budget and helps direct other agencies. In Mr. Vought's hands, it'll be even more potent. Russ has been the guy for the last 4 years that's been developing the plan to take down the deep state, Mr. Miller recently effused about him. That's only slight hyperbole. Having led the OMB in Mr. Trump's first term, Mr. Vought knows his way around the bureaucracy, and as one of the creators of the controversial Project 2025 agenda, he has indeed spent the past 4 years thinking about how to change things. He wants to curtail the independence of federal organs such as the Department of Justice, or DOJ, end employment protections for career civil servants, and get the president-elect to hold back or impound Congress-approved spending to slash the budget. Mr. Vought may also be deeply involved in trying to shred the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden's clean energy law that many Republicans loathe. Despite that sentiment, some Republicans in Congress will fight to maintain it because they've witnessed it catalyse big investments in their regions. Repeal is something that the grassroots wants, and that's been promised to them, and Russ is going to be extremely influential in advocating that view, says Michael Strain of the American Enterprise Institute, a think tank. The newest group in Mr. Trump's economic firmament is the tech tycoons. The most visible are Mr. Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, a biotech billionaire and former Republican presidential candidate, who together will lead the Department of Government Efficiency. Despite its official-sounding name, DOGE will be an advisory commission that draws its power from Mr. Musk's proximity to Mr. Trump. The goal is to shrink the federal workforce, reduce regulation, and slash spending. Doge's arrival on the scene has stirred up excitement among a large subset of Republicans who see almost revolutionary potential in Mr. Musk's zeal, energy and clout. In 5 years in Congress, I've been awaiting a fundamental change in the dynamic. It has arrived, Dan Bishop, a representative from North Carolina, recently exclaimed. Beyond Mr. Musk, there are several tech experts now connected to the administration. Some are purely informal. Mark Andreessen, co-founder of Andreessen Horowitz, a venture capital giant, said in December that he had spent half his time since the election at Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago compound, offering views on economic and tech policy, as well as helping hire officials. One of Mr. Andreessen's ideas, that big tech firms, established companies such as Meta or Google, are too powerful, limiting space for little tech startups, has already helped shape Mr. Trump's view of the industry. Still, once the administration is up and running and the centre of gravity shifts to the White House, opportunities for informal consultation at Mar-a-Lago will probably diminish. Other tech tycoons will have more permanent perches. David Sachs, part of the PayPal mafia that was involved in the payments firm in its early days, will be the White House czar on artificial intelligence and crypto, a position that will give him access to Mr. Trump without the hassle or scrutiny that comes with a normal confirmation process. Mr. Sachs will in turn have a team of advisors rooted in Silicon Valley, including Sriram Krishnan, a tech whiz with Andreessen Horowitz. Some in the industry believe more power may lie with Michael Kratsios, named as director of the Office of Science and Technology, owing to his longer relationship with Mr. Trump. A rough division of labour could have Messrs. Kratsios and Krishnan advocating for looser regulation on AI companies, while Mr. Sachs pushes for greater legal clarity for crypto firms. Mr. Trump has nominated Scott Cooper, a managing partner at Andreessen Horowitz, to serve as director of the Office of Personnel Management, which oversees government hiring and helps divvy up resources. That could make Mr. Cooper one of the conduits for the efficiency drive that Messrs. Musk and Ramaswamy want to unleash. It also suggests that Andreessen Horowitz has replaced Goldman Sachs as the launchpad for business bigwigs who want to enter the administration. Deregulation is, generally speaking, good for their ventures, directly so for those with large crypto holdings. Some, like Mr. Musk, are in line for hefty defence contracts. Many also share a techno-libertarian belief in smaller government as a good thing in its own right, and see Mr. Trump as likely to roll back Joe Biden's statist policies. It's possible to conjure a scenario in which the three groups pull in the same direction, the America Firsters as the motor propelling the administration forward, the mainstreamers as the shock absorbers cushioning bumps along the way, and the tech tycoons providing tools for a speedier ride. For a glimpse of how this might work in practice, consider energy. As Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum will try to tie together both Mr. Trump's drill baby drill mantra and the quest to retain America's tech supremacy. Much easier permitting rules, it's hoped, will boost oil and gas production to the benefit of the AI industry. He'll be supported by the Deputy Secretary of Treasury, Michael Falkender, who served in Treasury in Mr. Trump's first term and spent the past few years at the America First Policy Institute, a think tank. He's helped craft blueprints, ready for day one, to encourage drilling. A similar dynamic could emerge in regulation. Mr. Trump has appointed a series of veterans who buy into the tough on big tech, soft on little tech stance. At the DOJ, Gail Slater will be the next leader of the Antitrust Division. Ms. Slater was an economic advisor to J.D. Vance, the incoming vice president, who's known for his antipathy to Silicon Valley giants. Yet she also previously served as general counsel at the Internet Association, an industry group, where she argued that government interference stifled innovation. At the Federal Trade Commission, or FTC, the main anti-monopoly regulator, Mr. Trump has elevated current Commissioner Andrew Ferguson, whose dissenting opinions indicate a higher bar for challenging deals than his Biden-appointed predecessor Lina Khan. Mr. Trump has also added Mark Medder, an antitrust lawyer who joined the DOJ in Mr. Trump's first term, to the FTC as a new commissioner, cementing its Republican majority. Mr. Medder has been a pointed critic of big tech firms and, as an advisor to Senator Mike Lee of Utah, drafted a bill that would have forced Google to break up its advertising business. It is, however, just as easy to conjure an alternative scenario, where the various splits between advisers and officials slow things down. The most obvious division is between America Firsters and mainstreamers on tariffs. Although their disagreements are less pronounced than in Mr. Trump's first term, the president-elect enters office with a much more radical plan. If he's serious about slapping punishingly high levies on countries, whether foes or allies, Messrs. Besant and Hassett will have their work cut out. There's going to be a tug-of-war between the more traditional Reaganite free marketeers and the voices that believe in big government driving the economy, says Mr. Moore. A dispute has already flared up about immigration. The tech tycoons know all too well how essential it is for America to attract skilled workers from around the world, whereas the most extreme of the America Firsters see immigration of any sort as an affront to the native-born. After the appointment of Mr. Krishnan as an AI advisor, some xenophobes on social media bridled at the apparent clout of the Indian-born entrepreneur, though he is an American citizen. That, in turn, triggered a debate about the H-1B visa program, a big recruitment channel for tech firms in need of high-skill workers. Mr. Musk and his friends want to expand issuance and speed up processing times. Mr. Miller believes foreigners with H-1B visas displace Americans, and so wants to restrict them. Hawkishness towards China may also cause rifts. China is home to Tesla's busiest factory, and is its second biggest market. That doesn't automatically mean Mr. Musk will take China's side. In other ventures, including SpaceX, his rocket business, Mr. Musk's interests are firmly in the American camp. But it could still make him a voice for moderation. Similarly, Mr. Lutnick's business is intertwined with China. His firm has helped Chinese companies sell stocks in America and has a joint venture with a Chinese state-owned enterprise. Such ties stand in contrast to the deeply held views of Mr. Navarro, co-author of Death by China, a book about China's threat to America's economic dominance. Even tax cuts, an axiom of Trumponomics, may cause problems. Steve Bannon, Mr. Trump's chief strategist at the start of his first term, recently called for tax rises on corporations and the wealthy. Mr. Bannon is not part of Mr. Trump's administration, and the president-elect would like to do just the opposite. At the same time, Mr. Bannon is beloved by many in the America First camp. His views offer a preview of possible dissent to come. The stresses of governance are certain to expose more fault lines. In the abstract, any card-carrying Republican can get behind the idea of shrinking the government. In practice, questions about what to cut are vexing. Mr. Trump has vowed not to lay a hand on Social Security, but Republican lawmakers who have met Messrs. Musk and Ramaswamy say nothing will be sacrosanct. That Mr. Trump has tapped Mr. Miller's wife Katie to join Doge suggests that the America First camp wants to keep a close eye on the tech tycoons. Doge's Supremos have already had a taste of how frustrating legislative battles can be. In December, when Congress ended up passing a budget without lifting the debt ceiling, against the wishes of Messrs. Trump and Musk, the latter offered distinctly muted praise of Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives. He did a good job here, given the circumstances, Mr. Musk said. The problem is that the circumstances will not get any better. Politics is rough. Even if Mr. Trump's new team is better prepared and more cohesive than in his first term, it's about to face an almighty test.
International.
The Kevlar Ceiling. Women Warriors and the War on Woke. Donald Trump's nominee for Defense Secretary wants women off the battlefield.
On January 14th, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, will be grilled by senators on his suitability for the job. He will be quizzed on allegations of sexual assault and excessive drinking. He is also certain to face questions about women and war. "We should not have women in combat roles," he said in a recent podcast. He acknowledged that women had served amazingly in America's armed forces and that female fighter pilots were welcome but argued that women were simply not strong enough to serve in infantry, armour and artillery units. Since admitting women, the standards have lowered, he said. Mr. Hegseth's intervention comes after a decade of integration in America. Some armed forces lifted restrictions on women years before, Sweden's and Canada's in 1989, Finland's in the 1990s. In others, the change is more recent. America gradually eased its rules in the 1990s and 2000s, but its biggest step came in 2015 when Barack Obama's administration opened all combat positions to women. Britain made the same move a year later, declaring that women could serve on the front lines, beginning in the armoured units and expanding to the infantry by 2018. That experience has thrown up a number of lessons. Mr. Hegseth complains that sex differences in bone density and lung capacity and muscle strength preclude women from combat. This has two aspects. One is the heightened risk of injury during training. A study by the British Army found that the rate of musculoskeletal injuries in initial training was twice as high in women as men. Female trainees were 3 times more likely to suffer a stress fracture and 10 times more likely to suffer one at the hip than men. The second aspect is the physical ability to perform the tasks involved in combat. Some of the most detailed evidence of this has come from a study by the US Marine Corps in which mixed units, each including 1 or 2 women, were pitted against all male ones in a battery of realistic tests, marksmanship, loading artillery shells and the like. In 93 out of 134 tasks, the all-male units performed better. Only in 2 did the mixed units come top. The time it took to evacuate casualties was higher in mixed units. The study was controversial. Ray Mabers, then Secretary of the Navy, criticised its design and overruled its conclusions, demanding that the Marines integrate regardless. Some argue that technology has made physical strength less important to soldiering. That may be true of some roles, such as for pilots, but in practice, strength still matters. Anthony King, Professor of War Studies at Exeter University, who recently wrote an internal report for the British Army on its culture, including the role of women, points out that the average infantryman in the Second World War carried around 20 kilograms of equipment in battle, compared with 36 kilograms carried in Helmand province in Afghanistan, with loads routinely hitting 45 kilograms. Even among men, he notes, only 30% of recruits meet the requirements for serving in combat arms, and even fewer actively want to serve in the infantry. In Canada, women make up almost 17% of the total force, but just 4% of the infantry. In 2023, in Britain, only 10 female recruits started infantry and armour basic training. Just 85 women have joined those 2 branches since 2019, even in the Israel Defence Forces, which are widely held up as an example of successful integration. Female soldiers serve overwhelmingly in support units. Some armed forces have targets, such as Britain's wish for 30% of new recruits to be women by 2030. However, Mr. King is sceptical that this will mean many more women serving in the infantry. In combat arms and infantry, there is no historical or contemporary evidence for the notion you could even get close to 10%. Mr. Hegseth, and those who share his views, do not just argue that women are unsuited to combat, they also believe that the presence of women undermines cohesion. There is much less evidence supporting this view. The conscript forces of the 20th century often relied on male bonding and racial solidarity to gel their unskilled troops, says Mr. King, but in modern professional armies, good training is an effective substitute. A study commissioned by Britain's Defence Ministry found that men did not rate cohesion as being weaker when women were present. Women themselves experienced lower cohesion than men, but the study was not clear on whether that was because they were women or because women tended to serve for less time, knew other team members less well, and were likely to be more junior. Mr. King says that, in his experience, there are occasions when standards may have been relaxed to accommodate female recruits. But what is more common is that women are judged by a double standard. A successful woman will be given the status of an honorary man and treated as a good bloke, says Mr. King, but the minute she makes a mistake, the mistake gets gendered. That is compounded by other factors, including sexual abuse. Still, the climate for women is improving in some ways. In the US Army, unwanted sexual contact affected 6.8% of women in 2023, down from 8.4% in 2021. In Britain, 2% of rape cases and 6% of broader sexual offending cases resulted in conviction in the civilian justice system, compared with 8% and 23% respectively in the military system. Culture is also changing more broadly. 10 years ago, you would never get senior people talking about menstruation, bras, or anything like that with anything other than a sense of profound embarrassment, says Andrew Murison, a former British junior defence minister. These days it is common parlance. The experience of integrating women into combat roles has been overwhelmingly positive, says Mr. Murison. Opponents, like Mr. Hegseth, are vocal, but they are in a minority. Even in 2013, 2/3 of Americans supported integration, which has expanded the potential pool of recruits at a time when armed forces in America and Europe are struggling to fill their ranks. Many of the challenges of integrating women have nothing to do with combat or culture wars, points out Catherine Kuzminski of the Center for a New American Security, or CNAS, a think tank. Some of these are purely practical. I used to have one set of barracks, commanders might ask, she says, but what do I do if I now have 2 women and 100 men? Do I need to build an entirely separate barracks? Others are about providing a level playing field. Men have often had access to training programs that give them a better shot when they join the armed forces, says Ms. Kuzminski. Yet they can be addressed by relatively simple interventions. The Marine Corps found that a 12-week training program led to a 30% increase in the number of women who could perform the requisite number of pull-ups. In the past, women's body armour tended to be scaled-down versions of male armour. Yet this puts disproportionate pressure on women's hips. A study by the US Army's Special Operations Command in 2021 found that 44% of women had experienced problems with the fit of equipment and pointed out the absence of devices to allow female aviators and flight crew to urinate. Gender bias is deeply embedded into staff processes and equipping at all echelons, it concluded. In many ways, these are old issues. The first female American paratroopers graduated from the Army's Airborne School more than 50 years ago in 1973. 2 decades later, America lifted its risk rule, which decreed that women could not be assigned even to non-combat support positions, say as an intelligence officer, if they would be at the same risk of becoming involved in combat as a front-line unit. Thousands of women received the Combat Action Medal in Afghanistan and Iraq, where there was often little distinction between a rear area and a combat zone. That distinction has been further blurred by the growing range, precision and proliferation of drones and missiles. As much as Mr. Hegseth may hanker after a more sexist past, he cannot turn back time itself.
Finance and economics.
Free exchange. The merits of mania. Would an artificial intelligence bubble be so bad?
A little over a decade ago, Seth Klarman, a hedge fund titan, worried that an asset price bubble was emerging. He identified Tesla as one of the firms best exemplifying exuberance in the market, At the time, Elon Musk's electric vehicle company was worth around $30 billion. Today, its stock market value is $1.3 trillion. Identifying a speculative frenzy and when it might end is a difficult task for even the most talented investor. That does not stop lots of them, talented and untalented alike, from trying. America's tech-heavy Nasdaq index of share prices has quadrupled over the past decade. With valuations looking steep and excitement about artificial intelligence at extraordinary levels, investors are once again talking about a potential bubble. But what if it is not just investors who get bubbles wrong? Economists usually malign financial manias for misallocating resources, with capital directed to inefficient corners of the economy. Now, though, a growing body of research suggests that bubbles may have advantages, even when many of the investors involved lose money. Bern Hobart, a financial newsletter author, and Tobias Huber, a tech investor, make the case in a recently published book, Boom, Bubbles and the End of Stagnation. They argue that a culture of risk aversion, shaped by ageing populations, has led to economic stasis. Financial exuberance may help escape this trap, they suggest, by driving investment in technologies that offer potentially spectacular rewards for the world. The economic definition of a bubble is surprisingly loose. One is said to occur when asset prices rise above any plausible underlying value, simply because investors expect to sell the assets at a higher price in the months or years to come. For Charles Kindleberger of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, another factor was crucial. A bubble had to pop. Booms are not typically thought to have wider benefits for society, and the subsequent crashes impose heavy costs on investors who bought into the rally. The worst implosions result in economic downturns. In their book, Messrs. Hobart and Huber take unusual turns, touching on René Girard, a French philosopher, and the similarity of financial bubbles to Christian teaching on the Revelation. But their argument is grounded in history. Although investors made losses, the railways laid during a British mania for trains in the 1840s ended up being useful, for instance, as did high-speed internet infrastructure built in the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s. The authors are not alone in their view that the social benefit of some bubbles outweighs the costs to investors. Number crunching by Randall Mork at the University of Alberta finds that corporate research and development spending provides much more of a boost to the broader economy than it does to investors' returns, which suggests that what looks like wasteful capital allocation from a financial perspective is rather more benign from an economic standpoint. Similarly, Bill Janeway, an economist and venture capitalist, has suggested that productive bubbles exist. These help explore uses for new technologies, even if most of the ventures involved end up failing. A bubble popping is never pleasant for investors who bought into the rally, but not all are equally dangerous for the economy. William Quinn and John Turner, both of Queen's University Belfast, divide instances of financial mania into categories based on their underlying cause, the source of the market enthusiasm, and their size. Instances in which banks become heavily involved and those that are triggered by political shifts, such as changes to regulation or taxation, can leave deep economic scars, the worst of which remain visible for decades. Think of America's housing bubble, which built in the mid-2000s, or Japan's land and stock market frenzy, which emerged in the late 1980s. By contrast, bubbles that suck in a little leverage and have an obvious technological spark, such as the British cycle mania of the 1890s, which led more than 100 initial public offerings by cycle makers, tend to have much less wounding economic consequences and sometimes even boost innovative activity. The arrival of speedier personal transport brought important economic benefits. What does this mean for the current artificial intelligence frenzy? The enthusiasm is very much a stock market rather than a banking phenomenon, as can be seen in the spectacular recent performance of companies including Broadcom, Microsoft and Nvidia. It is also pretty easy to identify spillovers that could benefit society more widely, whether in the consumer surplus generated by technological advancements or the physical infrastructure provided by associated investment in electrical grids. But the challenge, even for Mr. Janeway's productive bubbles, is that the boundaries of a frenzy are rarely tidy. Market exuberance tends to spread. Heightened growth expectations in one industry buoy those in others. Credit investors are already being enticed by the current excitement, for instance. They are rushing to finance the data centres and other commercial property infrastructure required by fast-growing artificial intelligence firms. The longer a frenzy lasts and the bigger a bubble grows, the more it will begin to have implications for other parts of the economy. Indeed, a bubble of considerable duration and scale, where asset values are surging and sentiment is excited or even manic, will eventually draw in more staid and conservative investors. If enthusiasm about new tech means that investors everywhere become more excited about the potential for global economic growth, it will influence every facet of financial markets, including bank lending. Apologists for financial frenzies are right to point to the potential upsides of manic episodes. There is nevertheless a reason that people more often focus on the downsides.
China.
The year ahead. Much to worry about. A struggling economy, rising social tensions and the return of Donald Trump will test Xi Jinping.
Soon after he took power in 2012, Xi Jinping urged caution about China's prospects. The further our cause advances, he told fellow leaders, the more new situations and problems will arise, the more risks and challenges we will face, and the more unforeseen events we will encounter. As China's economy flounders and social tensions increase, and with Donald Trump about to enter the White House, the coming year will be full of the kind of difficulties Mr. Xi feared. The possibility of Trump-induced tumult in the relationship between the world's two strongest powers is a big and immediate worry. Decisions made by America's next president and his mostly China-hawkish team will affect matters that Mr. Xi regards as critically linked to the Communist Party's grip on power. First is the economy. Mr. Trump has threatened to impose a 60% tariff on imports from China, on top of a rise of 10% if China fails to curb exports of fentanyl, a synthetic opioid that kills tens of thousands of Americans a year. Some analysts say these increases could knock more than 2 percentage points off China's economic growth. There's much uncertainty about how fast the tariffs will be raised and whether Mr. Trump is really determined to push them so high. But if imposed as advertised, they could deal a hefty blow to China at a time when the country is struggling to revive the badly battered confidence of households and businesses amid a property market slump and a scarcity of jobs. Mr. Xi would have no easy remedies. He may respond by beefing up the stimulus measures that he began unveiling in September, but the caution that has settled in among consumers and investors suggests that he may struggle to achieve the desired effect. He could allow the yuan to devalue in order to keep Chinese exports competitive despite extra tariffs. But that could further sap the confidence of investors and prompt capital flight. It may also exacerbate tensions with major trade partners, many of whom already think China is flooding their markets with cheap goods. Another year in the economic doldrums would turn citizens gloomier. In 2024, their stress became more evident. One sign was a rise in random acts of violence against members of the public, dubbed by China's state media revenge on society attacks. These have often involved knifings and the driving of cars into crowds. Such incidents are hardly unique to China, but the party is clearly worried. Officials have called for such cases to be dealt with severely, strictly and swiftly, a phrase that often heralds brutal justice with hasty pro forma trials that result in long jail terms or executions. In 2025, expect the term social work to feature prominently in party rhetoric. This isn't so much about providing services for people in need, but about ensuring order by strengthening the party's grassroots control. Mr. Xi set the tone in November at the first meeting of the Central Social Work Department. He said its functions were vital to the party's long-term governance and to social harmony and stability. The department's work could entail reinforcing efforts to ensure that party committees use their voices in the management of private firms and that they keep the authorities informed of anything that could trigger unrest. With many firms cutting wages or laying people off, the party wants eyes and ears in every workplace. State media occasionally admit that troubles are brewing. In December, Xinhua, the official news service, referred to a complicated and challenging environment of increasing external pressure and growing internal difficulties. But at the annual session of China's rubber stamp parliament, the National People's Congress, or NPC, beginning on March 5th, delegates will be under pressure to sound upbeat. They'll probably repeat the phrase used by Mr. Xi in his New Year address on December 31st. China's economy has rebounded and is on an upward trajectory. Much attention will be focused on the target for economic growth in 2025, which will be announced at the meeting. To bolster confidence, the government may repeat the goal for 2024 of around 5%. Officials' recent calls for extraordinary efforts to buoy the economy suggest they're preparing to aim high. One such measure could be an increase in the headline budget deficit from about 3% of GDP to 4%, according to Reuters, a news agency. This would mean extra government spending of about 1.3 trillion yuan. That's $179.4 billion, it reckons. The NPC is likely to gloss over politics. Yet turmoil at the top of the armed forces will be on the minds of many of the nearly 3,000 delegates, about 280 of whom are military personnel. In November, Admiral Miao Hua, who ranked 5th in the High Command, was placed under investigation for serious violations of discipline, often a euphemism for corruption. Admiral Miao was thought to be close to Mr. Xi. By targeting him, Mr. Xi may be trying to show that no one enjoys protection from his war on graft. But it also raises questions about his control over the People's Liberation Army. Admiral Miao is the highest ranking of more than a dozen senior officers who've been toppled in the past year and a half. Among them are a former deputy commander of the ground forces and a former naval chief of the military region that includes the South China Sea. The two men's removal from the NPC was announced on December 25th. The purges may continue. The fate of the defence minister, Admiral Dong Jun, will be closely watched. China has dismissed reports that he's in trouble, but he is believed to be a protégé of Admiral Miao. Admiral Dong's two predecessors were expelled from the party in June for alleged corruption. With so much bothering him at home, Mr. Xi may be disinclined to take big risks abroad. He'd probably prefer to stand back while Mr. Trump tries to secure peace in Ukraine. The war complicates China's relations with Europe, which resents China's supply of tech to Russia's arms factories. But it helps China by sapping Western resources. The question of how to handle Ukraine could cause tensions between European countries and a more isolationist America, the kind of feud that China likes. Mr. Xi will keep trying to browbeat Taiwan, as well as rival claimants to territory in the South China Sea, though he'll probably seek to avoid a big conflict. Mr. Trump boasts of being war-averse, but Mr. Xi may not fully trust him to steer clear. As Mr. Xi sees it, risks at home and abroad can become entwined in dangerous ways. If we do not take preventive measures or address them properly, he told officials in 2016, they will add up, escalate and evolve, from minor ones to major ones, from regional ones to systemic ones, and from international ones to domestic ones, eventually threatening the party's governance and state security. China's biggest festival, the Lunar New Year, starts on January 29th. It will be the year of the snake. Mr. Xi may want to tread warily.
International.
Gen ZZZ. Straighter edge. Youthful excess continues to decline.
In September, the Nighttime Industries Association, a British trade group, issued a sobering press release. Since 2020, it revealed 37% of Britain's nightclubs had closed. Many shut during the pandemic and never reopened, but closures continue. If clubs do not stop closing, the NTIA predicted, by the end of the decade, there will be almost nowhere left for Britons to get drunk, belt out Mr. Brightside, and then vomit in a gutter on the walk home at 2 a.m. Higher labour costs, tighter planning laws, and more noise complaints are probably all playing their roles. But a key explanation is that their chief audience, the reckless young, are staying at home. Between 2011 and 2021, the proportion of British 16 to 24-year-olds who had not consumed one alcoholic drink in the past year doubled from 19% to 38%. Another survey of children aged between 11 and 15 found that in 2021, 60% had never even tried a drink. 2 decades before, the figure was 39%. No wonder nightclubs are struggling. The trend towards youthful sobriety holds true for much of the rich world. In 2024, illicit drug use among adolescents dropped to historical lows in America, according to a nationwide survey published on December 17th by the University of Michigan. Drinking fell too. The researchers found that even cannabis use is now declining fast among the young, despite weed having been made legal in almost half of states over the past decade. European surveys show continuing drops in drug and alcohol use too. Why is youthful excess dying out? There is no single explanation. Children are more closely watched than in the past, and a higher share of young adults are from more abstemious immigrant cultures. Age ID checks at bars are more common. Netflix and Fortnite are cheaper than cider, and dating apps are better than finding love on the sticky floors of a place called Snobs. The trend is clear and seems likely to last. It's their parents who are the problem now.